行くぞ。準備完了。 混合カイマンダラ。
行くぞ発動可能。
はあ混合カイマンダラ。
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list view. Next, I set a priority and a due date to keep things on track. I create custom statuses to organize my progress exactly how I want. I like to add the action items field so AI can show me the next steps. I add my teammates as watchers so they're in the loop. ClickUp makes work easy, from personal projects to running a multi-billion-dollar company. Click the link below to create your workspace for free.
Dude, you tell everyone that you're from another planet. It sounds very crazy. The drawings of the ripped dude.
We're ripped in real life, dude. Skeletor destroyed our home.
I will annihilate you.
You can try.
Masters of the Universe.
How does it feel to be the mighty warrior?
Pretty great.
Only in cinemas. Yeah.
Have a look.
Hello, hello, hello. Who's here? My dog's screaming. No, barking again. Hello, who's currently here online? On stream, not online. Shoulder, shoulder, shoulder. Okay. My bones have been feeling weirder for the second. Just setting one more thing up. Hello, who's here? Unfortunately, I can't actually see the who's on in the chat because the Twitch stream manager is being weird. Unfortunately. Oh, these things feel weird when I have hairpins in. So, just before stream, my younger sister sprayed me with holy water using a misting gun, which was funny. I then informed my dad, humorously, that apparently, according to the Vatican, holy water is immune to being fractionally distillated. What the hell? Why can I hear plates moving? Wait, is this a thing in game? Hold on. I can hear someone moving plates. Okay, that's creepy. Am I in a VC? I'm not. Damn, that is really big attention to. Hold on, I'm gonna test this. This is just a thing in the hub world. What the fuck? Okay, that's weird. That's creepy. Guess it fits though. Is there a way I can just poise? Because, unfortunately, my Lilith mod is not fast enough. Actually, I can just grind her up. So, nah, that sounds it. I can just continue to repeatedly boost her stats while waiting for people to show up. Yeah! Hold on, I'm gonna have you turn to an adult again. Just a moment. Ego. So, while waiting for chatters to show up, I will just be grinding out the stats on my Lilith mod. Repeatedly. Unfortunately, yeah, I knew it. She cycles between her child and adult forms whenever I exit and re-enter the hotel. Sorry, the theater. Yeah, the theater. She's canonically 28, like when she entered space between space-time? So, why doesn't she just keep being 28 physically? Well, just like, if she's feeling a bit old, why don't she just turn back to 20? Why does she go all the way back to, like, fucking 12? Yeah, why, actually? Speed up. Oh, 2 viewers. One is ought to be real. Hello, who's here? Movement move left. Okay, now she's fully sped up, which means I can put her on the poison setting team. What's left is her HP and her SP. I'm so used to moving this thing, to moving the keyboard, just to do this, that it's become like freaking clockwork to me. It's like a machine process at this point. But I practiced it for 6 hours! That was a long day. I also got the Zet's driver soundboard here, so I don't actually have to use the whole thing. And also, I just have access to it whenever I want to, instead of having to be limited by the captains I actually physically own. Which means I get the Catastrophe form as well. If the app would open, that is. It's also louder than the actual DX one, which means it'll be even more satisfying. Oh, I can use the Breakham Dawn. Which is a... well, it's technically 2 swords that are stuffed into one. It also has a Punish capsule. It has the Punish Nightmare, which is... it's weird that it's named that. Its power is to summon a bunch of execution tools. Like an Iron Maiden, which wasn't actually historically real, by the way, but they can summon it for some reason, because it's a nightmare. Guillotine blades, and the blood of the dragon Fafnir. Because the character who uses it is named Sieg, after both Sigmund Freud and Siegfried. Not Sigurd, but Siegfried. Actually, who was it that killed Fafnir? Was it Siegfried or Sigurd? Never mind, no Sigurd. Fafnir has been identified with the unnamed dragon by the Volsunga saga in other Germanic works, including Beowulf, the Nibelungenlied, and a number of Skaldic poems. Okay, who did Siegfried kill? Who did Siegfried kill, though? Which... dragon did Siegfried kill? Yeah, it's also Fafnir. I'm sorry, was this dragon killed twice? Oh wait, no, apparently it's like Sigurd eventually influenced the character of Siegfried, but the dragon was kept the same. No, Sigurd is just a German version. Sigurd is just the Norse version. Ah, welcome in, Fox! Anyway, I got the Kamen Rider Z soundboard, which means that I can actually use the sounds whenever I have to. Actually, let it be on the entire time. And it's also louder than the official one. And, because it's a soundboard, I am actually not restricted to the capsules which I have on hand. I can even use the Inazuma one. Perfect for Digimon. And it comes with a lightning weapon. I do recommend, along with doing the DLC side quests, as you are difficult to. Ah, perfect then. I'll do them then. Should I go for the Bancho one or the Ultimate World one first? I know the Ultimate World has Kyoko Kuremi.
Voltage 1, 2, 3, smashing!
Yeah, I have a. The soundboard comes with a lightning gun. Alternate World or Bancho? Alternate World or Bancho? Oh, does my Omnimon actually the level that's good yet? My computer did accidentally turn off in the middle of the auto grinding thing. What level is Omnimon? Oh, god damn it! It reversed. Doesn't matter. Main rewards is a good friendship item. Oh. I think I'll do the Bancho one first. Actually, hold on. In this case... I'll use you in an emergency. Hammer doing crit rate does increase, boosts skill resistance. You're weak to lightning and water. Let's increase the ice resistance. And also, this boosts the crit rate. Neither of these has a boosted crit rate except for the null one has a boosted crit rate, but I don't really need a crit one. Let's see. God of Darkness, special attack, special defense, speed, wind resistance, and extra speed. Nice got any full lightning. Lightning! He is now the invincible Kamen Rider. Kamen Rider V3, who has the Rider Man's arm. Don't ask why he has Rider Man's arm. I couldn't tell you. Now this one will be speed 2. Speed 2. You'll also need light resistance. Actually, I should probably go to Volcanusmon first, because I did get those extra items from Novamon, Neptunemon, and Venusmon. Is there a way that I could have actually let Venusmon actually know that, hey, Neptune has actual romantic feelings for you? It's not a Christmas present. He genuinely likes you in a romantic manner. Please tell him if you actually like it. I've made a bit of progress in the Monster Hunter Stories 3, and that's very good. Oh, well done. I wish there could have been a way of, like, clarifying and saying, no, he told you that because he romantically likes you. It's not a Christmas present thing. It's a wedding, it's an engagement ring. You misunderstood. He made it out of the most durable and precious metal in the entire digital world because he wants to know if you want to date him. It's not a Christmas present. Well, he handled it pretty well. It's like, oh, she mistook it for that. I'm actually surprised she remembered that conversation, but oh well, at least she knows that I appreciate it. At least she knows that I have a lot of gratitude towards her, or just stuff like that. I mean, at least there's that. Still, it's quite unfortunate. It's like, this must be a Christmas present. No! Boost ice, boost fire. Nullifies instant death, increased accuracy, boosts fire resistance. I will take this. Why does the God of War need brass knuckles? I assume that he would have already had the... Hello, Chocoloco! Welcome in! Welcome back! We're about to do the Bancho storyline. If you don't know what a Bancho is a Japanese is a form of Japanese delinquent, and actually she's a Bancho Lemon, but obviously she's a Sukeban. No, the resistance and status and all are main reasons for the accessories. Yep, I could definitely tell that. Accuracy and the accuracy, fire resistance, and nullifying instant death. Very useful. Which one boosts steel resistance? Doesn't boost null resistance. Who's weak to null actually? Okay, she's weak to dark. None of the maintain is weak to water. Weak to water. She's weak to light and wind. Do you have which one's is light and wind? This one increases the speed, though I think that I'll need the this one. Okay, so it's roughly the same amount as the speed 3. Does this mean only stat boosting ones are the good and the only stat boosting ones that are good is accuracy and crit ones? Yep, I could definitely tell that. Also the speed, because surprisingly it actually does some in turn order of the speed's the same. Here we got Bill Starmon ready for a Mega Plus run? Well, I'll have to beat the game first, and I want to do all the side quests before that. As for Mega Plus, I've seen the freaking starters, like the Monodramon with 9999 attack, and I'm not sure my team can handle it. Let's do a shitcoin grinding first. Light, damn it, you don't have any. Oh. Waste, though. For him. Wait, I have one that's like that was the other one. The rest of them are mainly for status and all other resistances. Yep. Oh, let me go with the Bancho delinquents. Okay, so we're about to do the Banchos. Let's see. Bancho episode. Change the title to the Bancho episode. Bancho delinquents. It's still Bancho and Sukeban. Because they crit rate accessory and Haymaker personality go for insane on people's attack. Oh! It's attackers. Oh, that's cool. Wait, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna wait. Actually, it's gonna change the stats again. Let me go check the personality skill chart. Which personality has Haymaker again? Let me go check. After this, gonna read the history of what Banchos are for a bit of context for our readers. Sorry, watchers, not readers. You don't read a video. Haymaker is in Enlightened. And our one is currently opportunistic. Okay, we're gonna have to... Especially when you get the skill tree node that makes one of the brave personalities pierce through 25% defense! Okay! You know, that actually sounds pretty good. I'm gonna go put Bancho Lily on. Go to light and get Haymaker, then swap back. Yeah, and then I'll have to boost the stats again. Hello, child. Can you turn back to a 28-year-old, please? I wonder why she switches to a child form, actually. I don't really see a logical reason for it. There's a knowledge one for 25% special intelligence PS as well. Oh, cool. Okay, so we're gonna have to move her to Enlightened. Ah, she's already primed for it. Oh, we're gonna have to redo that again. No, we have to do this again. Haymaker, please. Haymaker, Haymaker, you're a plot type. Give me hay. I already got the booster ones for skills, right? Yeah, I did. Why is it? Oh, there it is. Okay, so now the personality skill tree, which uses attack and intelligence. None of them, okay. Intelligence and SP, I suppose this will do. Now we need to go boost to other stats again. This is gonna take a while. Thankfully, your boy has already mastered the power of button mashing! Well, no, I just increased the speed that I can type. Which means I can lose quicker. Okay, now for attack. Attack is here. And we don't have to worry about money because we got unlimited moolah! By the way, which Banchos is your favorite, Fox? It should be pretty obvious which one I find to be my favorite one, mostly because the design's secondary. I like the whole protecting the weak thing. Reminds me of Josuke Higashikata, actually, though. He's not a Bancho delinquent like Jotaro is, he's a Yankee delinquent. Pompadour, Pompadour, a love for Western things. He likes Italian food. And also the, he's a much softer, more emotional kind of delinquent than Jotaro is, though. Obviously Josuke from JoJo. He's not a delinquent, he just modeled himself after an actual Yankee delinquent who saved his life. For those of you who don't know, from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 4, you can call it Season 4, though they mix Part 1 and Part 2 into the same season, so you get to see Jonathan Joestar and his grandson Joseph Joestar in the same season, so technically Season 3. So, during Part 3, there is a, instead of Hamon, that being essentially sun magic kung fu from Tibet, which was the main inspiration for the breathing styles from Kimetsu no Yaiba. We got, one, Joseph gets a new stand called Hermit Purple, based on the Hermit Tarot card, which essentially acts like, it acts as a conductor for the actual Hamon, so we get a little bit of a link there. Second thing is that we get stands, which are essentially the person's soul given physical form. It's a person's soul given physical form that can have a variety of abilities based on their personality. And, for example, Jotaro Kujo, grandson of Joseph Joestar, his one is called Star Platinum, or Star Platina. Well, that's how it's pronounced in Japanese. Star Platinum, which its abilities are to be really, really fast and to punch things really fast, which, with its evolved form, Star Platinum the World, named after the World Tarot, in long story short, the main villain from Part 1, who is the adopted brother of Jonathan Joestar, after becoming a vampire, being sent to the bottom of the ocean for a couple of years before eventually escaping and heading to Florida, impregnating three women, and then becoming friends with a gay priest, and then afterwards going to Italy and then impregnating a woman there, who was actually a Japanese lady who then fled to Italy. It gets complicated. You better watch it in sequence. He gains a stand called the World, which his tarot is based on the reverse world, which means the negative connotation, which means he still has something to do. And what would help you if you still have one last thing to do, but you just need more time? Why not freeze time? So he has something that can help him freeze time, which is the World. Star Platinum, who is the soul of Jotaro Kujo, he also gets this ability as it's the logical endpoint of being as fast as possible. What basically happened is, at the end of part 1, Jonathan Joestar sacrifices himself to save his wife, Irina, who turns out is actually pregnant with their son, Joel Joestar II. He then dies on the boat. Dio, who is at this point a vampire, but think of them more like the demons from Kimetsu no Yaiba. Again, Jojo was very influential and influenced a lot from Kimetsu no Yaiba / Demon Slayer. He severs the head of Jonathan, then grafts his own head to the severed super buff body of Jonathan, who, well, it's kind of implied that Dio might have had a romantic attraction to Jonathan. Forgot he's by. Dio technically also has another stand which lets him show visions based on others' desires. That's actually Jonathan's stand. Yes, I'm getting to that. So after the whole living under the ocean thing, being released, heading to Florida, knocking up 3 women, and then befriending the gay priest guy, he then moves to Egypt. Oh wait, no, actually. Did he go to Egypt first, or did he go to Florida first? We don't know. At one point in time, he actually heads to Egypt and actually purchases an arrowhead, one of 5 arrowheads made out of a special kind of meteorite which landed in Greenland in, I think it was, 1000-ish CE, where this thing has a virus where if it pricks you and you survive, you gain a stand, which is, again, it's just your soul given physical form, but unless it's bound to an object in the physical world, it cannot be seen. If it hardens, it can be interacted with, and yes, you can hurt a stand if it's become tangible, even if you can't see it. You just have to be able to actually damage the damn thing. But, of course, if another stand grabs it, even if it's intangible, it kind of negates the intangibility. So, what happened was, Jonathan's body is still partially alive, so when Dio stabbed himself with the arrow, it also stabbed Jonathan's body, and even if it didn't, obviously Dio's head and Jonathan's body have a shared circulation system. So, because it awakened... The way stand arrows work is that it also awakens any family member who is also alive at the time, and they also get infected, and they also need to survive. If they don't have the resolve to do so, to survive the forced awakening of their stand, aka their soul gaining a physical form and powers in the form of a combative spirit, if they can't survive it, they die from the illness. Like, their body can't handle it, and essentially it's like imagining it being an allergic reaction. So, that essentially sent out a distress signal to every Joestar/Joestar descendant who was alive at the time. Now, what we didn't... So, obviously, Joseph... Well, we actually don't know if Joseph awakened it due to the arrow, if he just got it through his mastery of Harmon. It's kind of implied that... Actually, no, he had Hermit Purple the whole time. Araki said that if they went in time and then saw Joseph during Battle Tendency, which is Season 2... they would have seen Joseph covered and being wrapped in Hermit Purple, so he already had it, but it was dormant. So it's kind of implied that any Harmon Master would have something akin to a Hermit Purple, which is... Well, for Jonathan, I don't know if he had it when he was alive, but it was dormant, similar to Joseph. It's kind of implied it was so, because the whole thing is like... Hamon is known as the Way of the Hermit. Hermit is the tarot card that is used by Joseph, the Hermit. And both of them are Hamon users and Hamon masters and martial artists, though obviously Joseph is smarter. Well, obviously Joseph is much smarter and is a lot more creative, and he actually beat Straitso, who Jonathan definitely could not have beat. Joseph beat him with 2 fucking shot glasses, a Tommy gun, and grenades! And of course, the Joestar secret technique! Running away! So, other than those two, which is kind of weird, then we have Holly Joestar, Joseph's daughter, who is a very mild-mannered woman and is also definitely not suited for a combat-oriented stand. Basically, Arrow forces it awake, and it gives you a combat-oriented stand. You can also awaken yours naturally, like through the mastery of a craft, like Tonio Trussardi, who actually gains Pearl Jam, which is very centered around his cooking, or I forgot the name of the Cinderella lady, but like she actually was so focused on becoming a fairy godmother through her makeup, through her skills in makeup, and also beautification. I don't know the actual name of the field. That her stand has actually focused itself on actually assisting her with helping people to beautify themselves, but it is not a combat stand in any sense of the imagination. At the very best, it does plastic surgery. So, the people who are alive at this time were Joseph, Holly, Jotaro Kujo, the one bastard child who was alive at the bastard children of Dio, and I say bastard in the actual sense, like they're illegitimate children. 3 of them are bastards they are a morally horrible sense. One of them is Giorno Giovanna, who will be the JoJo of the next part. He's like very, very, very loosely related to the Joestars. Does it technically count of him being a Joestar if it's the balls of Jonathan, but the soul and the head of Dio impregnating a lady? It's like very, very disconnected. Very disconnected. But then, of course, it's revealed in Part 4 that Joseph cheated on his wife, apparently. Or at least like had a fling. With a lady in Japan, who then gave birth to Josuke Higashikata. And of course, the Ske portion in Josuke can also be read as a Jo. So his name can be read as Jojo Higashikata, and therefore he's Jojo. Now that we're all the way here, I'm going to explain to you what in the fuck this has to do with Japanese delinquents. Let's use a Bancho and is a good demonstration. So, how old was Josuke again? I think it was like 8 years old. He got the stand sickness. Essentially, again, like I said, that meteorite that pierced Dio and Jonathan's body. Any descendant of Dio/Jonathan who was alive at the time, he's a weird case because he's essentially 2 people in one. His head is himself. His body belongs to Jonathan Joestar. Also, he's an adopted son of the Joestars, but he has no genetic relation to them, so I don't think that counts. Anyone who was also alive at the time, through the power of spirit shit, which is, yes, an actual thing in the show and the manga, well, at least from Part 1 to Part 8, Part 9 through 11, I don't remember how it works exactly, but psychic links are a thing, they also get the illness. Josuke was obviously a little boy and did not have the aptitude nor fighting spirit to obviously form a literal fighting spirit, aka having his soul turn into an offensive thing, like an offensive punch and ghost type of stand. So his mother was rushing him to the hospital during the worst blizzard that Morio, and keep in mind, the town of Morio is based on the real town of Sendai in Japan, which is where Hidehiko Araki actually grew up. So Sendai had the worst blizzard that it had during that time. So her car was stuck in the snow, and she really wanted to go to the hospital, shit, I knew I shouldn't have driven in this horrible snow. Then, a random Yankee delinquent showed up. I'm using him as an example, but obviously, actually, let me get it. Do I have Bancho, obviously not a Bancho delinquent. Yeah, I'll use him as an example. A random Yankee delinquent, I'm using him as the example because he's got a similar jacket, well, sort of, showed up. He was covered in, like, wounds and blood. It was kind of implied that he just came back from, like, a really brutal fight, which... Keep in mind, this is like 20 years before Diamond is Unbreakable, which I think it happens in the 80s. Well, actually, probably not. What is Diamond? Let me see when it took place. 1999. So this would have been around 1979. A random Yankee delinquent shows up. In the middle of the snow, he's covered in blood and wounds. It's kind of implied that he got into a really brutal fight, and he's walking away from that. Keep in mind, during the 70s and the 80s, the Bancho and Sukeban delinquents would have been around. They would have been engaging in teenage delinquency, which involved not only drug abuse and alcohol abuse, and also smoking, and shit like that. They also got into pretty brutal fights. So at this time, delinquents were seen as like, oh, they're just juvenile gangsters. But so he approached the car, and obviously Josuke's mom was like terrified, and she was like, hey, what the fuck are you doing here? What in the fuck are you doing? Then he taps on the glass, it's like, hey, I can see your kids there. You're stuck in the snow, I'm gonna help you. He then takes off his jacket, puts it under the wheel of the car, and says, I'm gonna push you, floor the accelerator, do not stop, otherwise you're gonna end up getting trapped again. And he helps his mom, basically, he helps Josuke's mom push the car, give her a head start, in order to make sure that she was actually able to drive. Keep in mind, he's out in the freezing fucking cold, wearing nothing but a turtle. I think he was wearing a turtleneck, actually. And it worked. Josuke then saw this random delinquent, and then decided, I want to be like him, so he styled his hair as a pompadour, and got really freaking jacked. So then he looked exactly like a Yankee delinquent. But the style of delinquent that would have been around at the time, the Yankee delinquent, during the time of the Bancho and the Sukeban, they would have been around... When were they around, actually? Japanese juvenile delinquency, there was also Sukeban. Japan in the 20th century, with juvenile delinquents, when did this happen? I forgot when it happened, actually, let me see. Bancho delinquents. When were they around? I think they were around during the 70s and the 80s. Yeah, I don't remember when. I do know that apparently this Yankee delinquent showed up during 1979 to Josuke, and the one insult that he's repeatedly told about his hair, which, by the way, you insult Josuke's hair, is gonna fucking kill you, because you're essentially insulting the man who saved his life, is, your hair looks like it came from 20 years ago, which would have been 1979, so the 70s, essentially. So, I use this guy as the example. There's no Yankee delinquents here. Again, these are Bancho delinquents, they are like a more stoic, older form of them. A classic example of a Yankee delinquent, let me go get Bancho Leomon. Do I have him? Where's Bancho Leomon? Sorry, I went on a little long tangent. I'm very interested in these kinds of delinquents. The Sukeban were essentially... here's... A Bancho delinquent would have been very similar to what this guy's wearing. Using the actual school jacket, a gakudan, which, by the way, these jackets were modeled after the French military of the time. A gakudan, the hat with the back torn in the back is inspired by Jotaro Kujo. He is a Bancho delinquent himself. He's also very, very smart, by the way. But yeah, he's a classic example of Bancho delinquent. Keep in mind, the manga aired from 1987 onward. It's still airing today, so this is a very old manga. It's still popular. It's getting animated adaptations to this day. In fact, they just in fact, I hope Silver Lord gets more adaptations, actually. Just in more episode again. They might wear sarashi around their stomach. That's what these cloth wraps are, around the stomach. For the girls, they might wear it around the pectoral area, because obviously it basically serves as a bra. But it is like a traditional Japanese wrapping, either to flatten the chest or to support the stomach. And of course, they're essentially just wearing the school uniform while they're doing delinquent stuff. Whether they used blades or not, I don't know. This is clearly a... Actually, this isn't a kodachi, it's just straight up a katana. Well, it's not a katana either. It's yeah, actually, it looks like a ninja toe, actually. First race of Part 7's anime. Yeah, I know, episode 1 is there, but they don't have any other episodes. It sucks they don't have any other episodes. Yeah, this guy, yeah, Bancho Leomon is just based on Jotaro Kujo. He even has the fucking chain ring on the left collar! This is just Leomon in a Jotaro cosplay! Yeah, this is just Jotaro. Except that the chain is actually not just hanging loose, it's actually connected to the other side of it. Yeah, this is just, yeah. You can tell Jojo is very, influential. He's just in a Jotaro cosplay. Except instead of having his pants unzipped and they're held together with 2 belts, he has his pants zipped, but he's torn off the bottom because his calves are too meaty, and he's using a big belt. And by the way, he's actually the first one. There's a Bancho, the first Bancho Digimon, and all the other ones are based on him. So... keep in mind, the perception of these Bancho delinquents is that they are very outspoken, very loud. The thing that makes them delinquents, more than them using cigarettes or drinking alcohol, is 1, they get into fights. 2, they're loud. And surprisingly in Japanese society, those are the things that take priority in calling them delinquents. Because I'll let you know this in Asia. Saving your face and making sure that you kind of don't stick out too much and like you don't draw too much attention to yourself, that's one of the most important things. And the fact that they are very loud and outspoken is the same reason why, for example, Gyarus were seen as delinquents for the first time, during the 70s and 80s that they showed up. In essence, they're just people who are sick with tradition, very sick with a very oppressive, repressive tradition that keeps them from actually being themselves. So Banchos would have a more masculine-oriented approach to actually expressing this, because, you know, power, strength, macho-ness. I am powerful, I am loud, I am not going to be quiet, I'm going to say what I want. Gyarus would be a more feminine kind of response to the very same issue. So, for example, I think this is why Hidehiko Araki chose delinquents, like, having Josuke actually be... He was one of Araki's favorite JoJos, actually. Because, 1, the Yankee delinquents were very Western-inspired, and they hated tradition. Araki is very Western-inspired, and he hates tradition. He invented the yandere. Yes, the guy who made JoJo invented the yandere, because he was sick of the oversaturation of the Yamato Nadeshiko trope in shoujo manga. Yamato Nadeshiko is a trope of, like, the traditionally Confucian-style woman who would have been seen as the ideal Japanese woman, but it was obviously a very regressive stereotype and trope, and it was really oversaturating the market of shoujo manga. It was essentially saying to girls, if you want to be liked, you need to be exactly like this. And Araki was like, no, that's fucking bullshit. He was like, that's fucking bullshit, and also, it's boring. This is the only way you want them to be like, no, fuck this, I'm gonna do something different. So, do you remember Yukako Yamagishi? Because for those of you who don't know, Yukako Yamagishi, from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 4, is the first yandere in manga and anime history. She does all of the things that a Yamato Nadeshiko does. By the way, Yamato is a traditional Japanese name. For example, one of the emperors from the ancient past, Yamato Takeru. A Nadeshiko is a kind of flower that grows in a high elevation on a mountain. So it's essentially a high-ranking flower of Japanese aristocracy. That's basically what it's talking about. Who follows, like, Neo-Confucian ideals of what a woman should be. That's what was seen at the time. So, for example, in these kinds of mangas, I need to use an example. Actually, no, she'd be a pretty bad example. Let's use a very, let's use an example here. You know what, I'm just gonna use screen share. So we all know what a yandere is at this point. I mean, we're all anime fans here. I'm going a little bit of a JoJo tangent, but it's just that influential. So for context, this, during the time of Diamond is Unbreakable, is the... I mean, she's technically an example of this, but, like, let's see an older version. Yeah, basically, the ideal form of a Japanese woman, what they should be, at least what was seen at the time during the 80s, like what they should be like. Yamato Nadeshiko. Japanese aesthetical and cultural concept. Yamato is one of the older and fancier and more poetic names of Japanese and for Japan. Sorry, Yamato is the way that Japan was literally called. Akin to, like, how Albion is the name for Great Britain, or Hibernia is for Ireland, or Erin. A Nadeshiko is the Japanese name for the Dianthus superbus, or the fringed pink carnation. It's a wildflower found in the Japanese highlands, related to the carnation. So basically, a flower of Japanese womanhood. A woman with the attributes that were considered desirable in a Neo-Confucian Japan of the 19th century and beyond. Generally ascribable to a noble woman with traditional upbringings, but after the formal establishment of the caste system, it passed on to women in a wider use of the middle classes. Yeah, so feudal loyalty, filial piety, acting on the benefit of one's family, and obeying and assisting authority figures like their father, their husband, sometimes their father-in-law, older brothers, as well as older or more respected women. Virtues included loyalty, domestic ability, wisdom, maturity, and humility. But so obviously, very sexist in origin. Hi, it's currently live. Yes. Yeah, currently live on the camera, the mic is on. Yep. Sorry, that was my dad. Anyway, clearly, it's fine if anyone wants to be like this, but this was kind of imposed in shoujo manga as, this is the ideal woman, you should probably be like this, and anyone else is not good. So Araki was like, no, that's fucking bullshit. Examples of what they would do is like, one, they would cook freshly cooked meals for the guy that they liked. They would sew sweaters in the exact size of the guy's size. And stuff like that. Things that were seen as like, oh, you should do this. And then Araki thought, look, there's too much of this, it's getting boring. This trope would eventually be turned into the tsundere, where when they turn from sun to dere, they'd be like this. And then Araki decided, let's go one step further, and I'm gonna mix it with the Stephen King novel. Say hello to the very first yandere. Yes, this is the first yandere. She did everything, and I mean everything, that a traditional Yamato Nadeshiko would do. She cooked wonderful, lavish meals for the guy that she liked. One problem, she had to wake up really early in order to even get the ingredients for the market. Why in the fuck did she wake up at, like, I don't know, 4 o'clock in the fucking morning to get prawns and fresh fish to make it? It's kind of creepy. She made a sweater, knitted a sweater just for him. One problem, it is the exact measurements of the guy that she likes. How in the fuck did she get those measurements? And eventually she turns out to be like, oh, you're not being exactly like I want you to be? Then I'm going to imprison you and force you to be the guy that I like. Like I said, secret tradition. I like Araki's works, I'm sorry, okay? So yeah, the same guy who So yeah. Sorry, where am I going with this? Sorry. I'm just really passionate about this stuff. So you can, actually, she would be the perfect example of this, because she went full fucking yandere. So yeah, we are now going to be diving into the world of Japanese delinquents, who are sick with tradition. More accurately, these are based on the old movies that would have been centered around these delinquents. So, for example, Bancho Leomon. He is a Leomon whose sense of justice never changed. Even when it was resisted by the outside world, his sense of justice never changed. Stingmon. Bancho Stingmon, where are you? There you are. The thing that makes him a Bancho is the protection of his sense of pride. If you end up insulting it, he'll fucking break you. My favorite for Bancho Golemon. Actually, I'll just use the entries here. Where are they? Ah, there they are. Bancho Golemon. He acts of his own free will, unlike the regular Golemon devoid of emotion. Which is a good thing. Freedom is a very good thing. One of the few Digimon to bear the title of Bancho, utterly solid and stolid and unflappable, it is equally harsh with everyone, never allowing even a hint of leniency in behavior, electing to spend his time in the harsh environment deep within Mugen Mountain, so that'll be Infinity Mountain. Bancho Golemon is constantly putting itself through intensive training. Are you a delinquent or a Shaolin monk? It's full of surprises. Though it may never lend a hand to those seeking its aid, it may suddenly show up to save a comrade with whom it has exchanged blows with when said Digimon is in a pinch. You know the shonen anime trope of like, I fight you and then we become friends later? This is what it's describing. You fought me, you gained my respect, I am now your friend for life. With overwhelming power, it's often able to single-handedly turn the tide of battle and claim victory. Its special moves are Kanshaku Dusto, which reflect a beam of the Kanshakudama in its abdomen off of the falling stones for a wide range attack, and Yobori Claw Drill, which pierces the enemy with a drill in his left hand, able to pulverize even chrome digitoids to smithereens. Basically Diamond on steroids. Yeah, this one holds its pride above everything else. Any act that threatens even the mar of its pride will be met with ruthless retaliation, no matter who the perpetrator is. So this guy, Bancho Stingmon, is more like the villainous kind of Bancho. If you've ever read the manga Beelzebub, I'm currently still reading it. TLDR, delinquent has to babysit the Demon King's kid because the Demon King is kind of a shitty father. And so he ends up also having to fight other delinquents in a delinquent school that he's in. Hijinks ensue. The bad guys would be roughly like this. Carapaces of various insects are meticulously woven into the emblematic Gakuran. A Gakuran is, again, the school jacket he has. It's literally just a school jacket. Obviously, though, the school jacket would end around the waist. It would not be this long. So, now for what's Sukebana. So sorry about the long explanation, Fox. I'm in a freaking hyper-focus right now. Sukeban, which, Bancho Lilymon is not based on a Bancho, because Bancho delinquents would not let girls in their gangs. So she's based on a Sukeban. Specifically with the yo-yos, she is based on a specific fictional Sukeban called Sukeban Deka, which is why I named my one Deka. I have to read the manga, though, and also there's movie adaptations. Sukeban were basically the female equivalent to Banchos. Because again, Banchos were super hyper-masculine kinds of groups, so like, ew, we don't want a girl in our group, or shit like that. So they essentially did the exact same thing that the Bancho delinquents did. Smoking, drinking, driving around on motorcycles even though they're definitely too young to use it without a license, getting into fights, shoplifting, and more. But in some of them, there's a more noble side. So this one, for example, Bancho Lilymon had the conviction to fight for the weak in the dog-eat-dog world, digital world, and it's saved countless lives from the assault by fiendish Digimon. You can think of them like the more level-headed types. I think it was, was it in Beelzebub? There's a specific Sukeban in the school. Actually, no, she's not a Sukeban, she's an Onabancho. There's like, literally female Bancho. She dresses like, she has the sarashi around her chest, she has the modified Gakudan on her shirt instead of a Tokofuku jacket. She wears the kind of pants that Bancho Leomon wears instead of a lengthened skirt, and by the way, a sign of a Sukeban is that they make the skirt longer than they actually are. For context, Japanese school uniforms, usually their skirt ends at the knees. In anime, you'll see that the skirt's usually up to the thigh. That's because what happens is that the girls, they want to shorten the skirt, so what they do is that they roll up the waistband to make the skirt as long or short as they want to be so they can lengthen the skirt. I recently learned this from, I learned about this from Gyaru's. Honestly, it's a pretty creative way of actually customizing it, I have to say. Very well done. Sukeban do the opposite. They actively lengthen the skirt to around the length you see right over here. Though, I don't know why there's zippers all around this skirt. Don't ask me why, I don't know why. Also, it appears that she's wearing shorts underneath it. Makes sense. So, they would usually wield a bokken, which would be like a wooden katana without the suba/handguard. She's aimed for using yo-yos, which again, that is because of Sukeban Deka. A Sukeban who specifically is forced to work for the police, and uses yo-yos as her weapons. Now that we're done with the explanation of what the fuck a Bancho is, we're going to step into the world of Banchos, and we're gonna see what in the fuck's gonna happen. Actually, hold on, I should probably put a Bancho Leomon on my team. We're gonna do a bit of grinding, then we're gonna be fit, and then we're gonna do our thing. So sorry about the long, hyper-focused tangent on the history of Japanese delinquency and tropes in media. Again, I really like this topic. Speed of victory. Actually, there's a lot of these ones. Should we finish those fights before or after? There, hold on. Let's finish this quickly, shall we?
Yes. Yes. よくやった。よし。いいぞ。いいぞ。よくやった。いいぞ。よくやった。いいぞ。いいぞ。よし。いいぞ。いいぞ。よし。よし。いいぞ。
What is Bancho Leomon? Come on, what is the Jotaro cosplaying Leomon? There it is.
Yes. よくやった。よし。よくやった。いいぞ。よし。
This is going so much faster than usual.
よし。よくやった。
Really boosted and bumped it.
よし。よし。よくやった。
This is actually going a lot faster than usual. Yeah, it's fine. So, and one more thing about Banchos is obviously they get into trouble with law enforcement. This is why the Bancho Digimon get in trouble with the D-Squad, who are military-based Digimon, who Dr. is their secret weapon, made to specifically kill the Banchos. In the Digimon world, though, Banchos are meant to stand up for freedom in general, which kind of makes sense why in the hell the military is also, for context, Japan is not allowed to have a military. The closest thing they have to a military is the self-defense force, which is an extension of the police force. Hence why the military Digimon are going after the Banchos. They're not the military, they're just the police. I think. It's just a connection that I couldn't shrug off. Where is he? There you are. Wait, no, not you. Booster! Alright, then now Bancho Leomon's finished. He's gonna go what's up. And now, we can head for the gates. Also, why does the Metal Gamemon speak like a caveman? Sorry about the long delay. By the way, if I get off track again, you should probably remind me, because I am definitely gonna go off track. Bancho episode first. The colors of the Demon Grade are blue and navies, typical police colorings. Yep, exactly. And I think it was by Japan's constitution that was made in assistance with America, they are not allowed to have an actual military. Yeah, they're banned from having an actual military because of what they did during World War II, for pretty obvious reasons. Wait, this is the accuracy. I need the, crit. Wait, who was this? Okay, now I need this for... you can have... You know what? Yeah, you can have it. Yep, this works. Yeah, if I recall, by Japan's constitution, they are not allowed to have an actual military, though unfortunately certain right-wing groups in Japan are trying to actively, completely abolish that part of their constitution. Which, you know, last time you guys had a military, shit went sideways. Plus, why do you even need a military? Oh wait, China and stuff like that, like... Do you guys seriously want to repeat what happened last time? Please don't! Actually, yeah, the pressing again was actually... Ooh. Anyway... Oh, it's right. Wait, no. This seems a bit imbalanced. Nah, it's fine. Beyond this point lies a world askew. Best of luck with your investigation. Akashic Backdoor 2. Yes! Let's do the Bancho stuff! Please do not hesitate to call in if you need assistance. I can reassure you the in-between theatre... I can return you to the in-between theatre instantly. Oh, the exit ampule. Well then, please proceed. Sa, ikse.
ここはとあるデジモンが生み出した異空間。
China is the 3D
その名もアカシックバックドア。
Oh, Parallelmon. Isn't that the one from the Digimon Adventure alternate universe one where Taichi gets a Vmon instead of a Agumon? I saw a video about the different timelines of Digimon for context. Oh, and I'm in the ultimate form. Let's do this.
時空乱流を利用することで様々な時空間へつながっている。
Wait, how in the hell did you stitch them together to make this?
このアカシックバックドアを生み出しているデジモンの討伐。それが依頼よ。
Oh, so you guys didn't make this one. Well, that's cool.
その機会を利用させてもらうわ。情報は随時伝えるから、それではよろしく。
That's very interesting that she's able to immediately hack our device.
ひとまずこの辺りを調べてみて。
Actually, I have a Digivice with me. I'm just gonna go put it on my arm. I got the BE Vital bracelet. I got a Hercules Competary mod on it. I'm just gonna wear it. It's already full level, by the way. Aye, aye, madam. Akashic back door. Gakuran. Actually, I should probably put my Hercules Commentary mod in this game into the training. Yeah. Well, actually, it's fine. Yeah, it'll be fine for now. Actually, is there any overlaps in the coverage? Actually, no, he's got the lightning one. Just be fine. Actually, hold on. You got a Void Ray. This should be fine. Where in the hell? Okay. Well, it's Satan. Interesting. Nanda kono basho e. Where the fuck am I? Do these paintings mean anything? Oh, cool. You're a Scooby-Doo hallway from the cartoon. Yep. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? Gonna come find you. Do I have to go through the ones that have a specific painting on them or something? That's a painting of a person's face. Utabas. Hi. Oh, I could have analyzed the door. Oh. Ah, well, it's highlighted. Thanks. That one. That was quick. Ah. Hello, Parallelmon. Last I checked, you ate the chosen children, and then they had to... Taichi and Taichi had to bust them out of your body.
天上天が唯が独尊。その程度のこけ脅しで俺様がひるむとでも。
What is someone? Yep, there you go.
フラッシュ番長パンチ。
I should have to go Julian ring. I'll wear it now.
Digimon が元凶。名はパラレルモン。突然変異によって異なる時空を行き来する能力を獲得したアカシックバックドアを自身の巣のように張り巡らせ時空の抜け道として利用しているみたい。過去や未来へ移動も可能。でも無秩序にそんなことを繰り返されたら世界に歪みが生まれる。断りの崩壊を防ぐためにもアカシックバックドアともども駆除する必要があるわ。よろしくお願いするわ。
Oh, hello, Omnimon. Sorry, Omegamon.
気がついたか。
え？
お前を引っ張ってここまで連れてくるのは大変だったぞ。俺様は番長レオモン。お前は
Agent. Bro wept. EP.
お前もパラレルモンのせいでここに飛ばされたんだろ。
Yep.
一つ提案だが、元の世界に戻るために力を合わせないか。
Sure.
無論どこの馬の骨かもわからんやつとは組めないだろう。お互いのことを知るには拳で語り合うのが手っ取り早い。ここはタイマン3本勝負で。
Yep. Omegamon is EP. Yep. Yep. Yep, this guy's definitely a Bancho delinquent from one of those mangas.
ごきげんよう、オカル東京 TV です。私は夢を見ているのでしょうか。
How are you able to be here?
謎のデジモンパラレルモンを追跡中。相手から光線を浴びてこの真っ白な空間に。私は一体どこに飛ばされたのでしょう。気になる方はチャンネル登録を。
Yeah, why are you here?
人間？脅かさないで。
Do you not remember me?
というか、あんたは
Yep.
嘘でしょ？結城さん？
Yuji?
今までどこ行ってたんだよ。てっきり死んだとばかり。
Each of the DLC cycles gives you a further look into the characterization of side characters. Ah!
そうか。私、あの世に来ちゃったのか。
Wait, does this take place after the ending of the game? Well, then I guess time is kind of fucked up here.
ごめん。全然話が噛み合わない。今、主要都市のほとんどが機能していないんだよ。週末に向かってカウントダウンが始まっている。ほとんどの人間が諦めて、その瞬間を待つだけ。それなのに、
あなたはどこで何をしていたの？
Psychos are plucked from parallel time.
言動を
Oh.
伺っている限り、彼女はあなたとは異なる時間からやってきたみたい。
Okay, that makes a lot more sense because last I checked, last it was fine.
アカシックバックドアを放置していると、こういうことが頻繁に起きてしまう。時空の歪みが大きくなって、そう遠くないうちに世界が正しい形を保てなくなるわ。
Bancho on Bancho action. I see. Yes. And Bancho Leomon is a thing with Stingmon apparently. From the trailers.
混乱するのもわかるぞ。原因は奴の放つ光線、アブソーベントバンによるものだ。時間や空間をねじ曲げるようで、俺様もあれに巻き込まれてここに飛ばされた。
By the way, what's the thing in his mouth? I keep seeing certain links like a little plant stalk in their mouth. Sometimes it's wheat, which makes a bit of sense. Sometimes it's a reed, which I've seen people put that in their mouth. I didn't really get the appeal of it. It's dirty. What is in his mouth? If it was a piece of sugarcane, I'd understand because it's sweet. What is it in his mouth?
ここはみんなで拳を合わせてパラレルモンを倒さないか。
Sounds good.
そうね。ぼーっとしていてもしょうがないし、私の動画を待ってくれてる人が今もいる。なんとかして元の世界に帰らないと。
More importantly, there's people waiting for my videos.
仮にここがあの世だとしても、史上初めてあの世を映像に収めた
This-
動画配信者になってやるわ。
This isn't the afterlife. Do you see Izanami anywhere?
パラレルモンを完膚なきまでに殴り倒す。そのためにはまだ戦力が足りない。奴が目覚めれば拳を貸してくれるだろう。
Does Omegamon even have fists? His hands are the heads of Wargreymon and Metal Garurumon. Does he even have hands?
おそらく同じように別世界から飛ばされたのだろう。名も知らぬ白き戦士。
Who knows? Indeed, because like the sword just sprouts out of the throat of Wargreymon.
俺様がここへ飛ばされた直後だ。状況が飲み込めぬままパラレルモンに襲われ、それをその白き戦士が救ってくれた。力を使い果たしたのか、そのまま昏睡状態となった。
The plant from Leomon could be catnip. Hold on, let me see what catnip looks like. Let me see what the actual plant looks like. Unfortunately not. Catnip has jagged leaves. Also, if he was high, I'd expect him to... Also, if he was on catnip, I'd expect him to sound either high or really chill.
恩に報いねば男が廃る。番長の威信にかけて借りは必ず返す。
Yep, he's definitely Bancho.
あなた、キャラが立ってるわね。すごく数字を稼げそう。オカル東京 TV とコラボしましょう。名付けて番長と行く台湾旅冥府編。
This isn't the underworld!
コラボとは何だ。
Oh yeah, that's right. It's an English dub in a Japanese language.
ジャンルの垣根を越えて拳と拳をグータッチ。あなたの戦う姿が視聴者を勇気づけると思う。
よかろう。グータッチ成立だ。この学ランがたなびく様をフレームに収めるがいい。実は一緒にここへ飛ばされた他の仲間がいる。白き戦士を目覚めさせる方法がないか手分けしてこの辺りを調べていたんだが、パラレルモンに襲われているのかもしれん。これから迎えに行く。一緒についてきてくれ。
Okay then. He's very friendly. Moshimoshi. Someone get him some coffee. I would, but I just finished mine. Plucked catnip. That means you'd have to like cut off the edges though. Oh, hello again. Parallelmon is here already? They came out of nowhere. There's no way I can set up my camera in time. Should we be getting out of here? No way out. We gotta deal with this. He's a virus type, right? Amano Habakiri. What the? How do we get sent back here? At any rate, let's make sure we don't let Parallelmon catch us this time. Time to check the location. So. Yes, the door's open. Let's hide. If we use these doors to our advantage, we should be able to safely sneak past Parallelmon. Don't say that out loud! What? They're here too! Tiny bounce again. I'm getting sick of this. Oh, hey. Huh? There's no Parallelmon in sight. Is this the only safe room? Huh? None of these doors are glowing. Oh, fuck. I got behind him. He doesn't have no behind him. He doesn't have noticed. Oh, come on! I can't do a sneak attack, I see. I guess let's put them back. Yo. お邪魔します。Seriously haven't noticed. Let's get out of here then. Could I beat Parallelmon in my state? Huh, where are we? Huh? Nanda kono basho?
これがアカシックバックドア。時空間の抜け道。時間と空間をデタラメにつなげてしまう。扉の先は過去、現在、未来が無秩序に広がり、そして物理的な距離を無視して接合される。ここがあなたの知っている新宿とは限らない。気をつけるといい。
なんということでしょう。今私の眼前に広がっているのは以前の新宿、平和だった頃の。
平和？ だっただと。
私がいた世界はこの景色が失われてる。
そうか。それは難儀だったな。
多分
A good guy.
そこの女性は世界崩壊が始まった未来、新宿インフェルノ発生後の世界からやってきたよね。パラレルモンが活動を活性化させたのは、あなたたちが新宿インフェルノと呼ぶ事象が原因よ。あれが起きた後、時空乱流が頻発。それを利用することでパラレルモンは力をつけていった。
あたいたちを早く元の世界に返しなさい。覚悟。
Wait!
準備完了。
行くよ、ピースファンタジア。
Oh, so we put speed fly. I'm not Parallelmon!
行くよ、ファントムペイン。
Wait, she can't be poisoned?
Twin Petal!
The crit!
Yep. Yep.
Oh no.
Love you!
Please inflict deadly poison.
Phantom Pain!
Oh, she can't be poisoned. In that case...
頼んだ。
Soundboard, please work. I have a much more appropriate sound for the gun. Yep. Damn. Healing.
行くよ、Love you!
Full charge.
Oh, あたいとしたことが。
I wonder how she got the X on her head, actually.
なかなか帰ってこないから心配したぞ。
ごめんよ。急に道が塞がっちまって。つうか、そっちの人間たちは？
女番長登場！すっごい絵面だわ。
Ah, she said Onna Bancho. That means she's a very specific type of delinquent. Actually, is there a difference between an Onna Bancho and the Sukeban? Is there an actual difference? Oh, the interchangeable. Never mind.
異なる時空に飛ばされた者同士で拳を合わせる。いいじゃないか。あたいも賛成だ。そういえばこの奥の部屋に妙なものがあった。
Oh, skipped it accidentally.
よし。
そういえばこの奥の部屋に妙なものがあった。一緒に調べてみる価値はあると思う。
よし、行ってみよう。
They speak more casually, I like it. Over there! That thing, you see? Is that me? Wait a minute. It was the day I saw Inori for the last time. I still see it in my dreams. If only I hadn't fainted then. Well, if I know it was gonna be the last time, I would have said so much more. I miss you, Inori. That is great characterization. Wait, what just happened? I had no idea. Excuse me, my throat's feeling it. I have no idea. No idea. I suppose we should keep looking elsewhere. Bancho Lilymon. You should go back to the square where we met the warrior in white and get some rest. Certainly not! I'm going with you! Aren't you tired after all this exploring? How can I be tired at a time like this? I simply want to be by your side. Eh? What are you trying to say? Spit it out already. Fine! Just go wherever you want then. So brassy. You have to be better at reading girls, mate. Right, you need to get better. You need to be better at reading the room. Though I suppose I am guilty of being pretty bad at reading it myself. Paul calling the kettle black over here. What's over here? Can't use this one. Oh, we gotta see them one by one. We have to fight each one, don't we? Let's pretend she's still with us. Do any of these have a... Actually, she's already character in here, so maybe... Because we don't want to overstep, you see. Increased crit rate. Increased crit rate. Increased crit rate. Perfect. Oh wait, I saw the hand of the mangaka on his gauntlets.
あなたの仲間？
いや、違う。おそらくこいつも別の時空から飛ばされたパラレルモンの被害者だろう。
Very poor choice of words. Don't call him a victim, I think. Oh, he's taller!
その学ランってただものじゃねえな。
番長は己の命が尽きるとき、その称号を次世代に引き継ぐ。こいつもその系譜に連なるもの。
よう、そっちもパラレルモンの光線にやられたんだろ。同じ番長同士。てめえの言いたいことは分かってるぜ。
ああ、共に拳を合わせてパラレルモンを殴り倒そう。
悪くねえが、手を組むならその前にやることが。そうだろう、どっかの時空の番長さんよ。あ
あ、お前が信頼に足る相手かどうか確かめる。手っ取り早いのは互いの拳を交えること。
おうよ、怠慢と行こうじゃねえか。
どういう理屈？
The battle thirsty martial artists in making. Just let them do this.
真の番長はどちらか。異世界タイマン、果たして勝者は？
Well, I guess we're doing this. Free times.
ピースファンタジア。
Take it back. Going to water and ice.
いくよ。
Phantom Pain.
ファントムペイン。
That worked. He's good. Heal.
いくよ。ラブユー。やった。いくよ。ファントムペイン。
You know what's gonna happen. Bit wrong one, actually. Not bad. Not bad at all. Yes, you are indeed a true Bancho. I too feel a sense of integrity in your blows. Now, let us fight alongside one another. No, wait. I believe the word I'm looking for is collab. Collab! It's a bond forged between those who bump fists together. I like that! Okay, let's get out of there and show what we got, brother. We've managed to reach some kind of understanding. Yeah, I knew it. Okay, look at his armbands, the blue armband thing. Hold on, yeah, that's the fucking sign. That's the fucking hand on Jotaro's hat. The hand of the mangaka, which is also, by the way, a kind of a more swollen version of the Buddha's hand, which is meant to be a sign of benevolence. There's so many JoJo references! Although, I imagine you must have taken quite a beating absorbing so many of my blows. There's a friend of mine resting in the square. They should probably recuperate there for a while, too. I appreciate your concern. You really do pack quite a punch. We'll lead you when the final battle comes around. Go and rest up well until then. Oh, one of these again. After Inora disappeared, I became completely obsessed with making videos. I was filming like a maniac each and every day. My channel continued to gain subscribers, and with that, my revenue started to grow too. I worked desperately to earn the money I needed in order to reach out to Inori and the others. To ask them, where have you gone? To tell them I'm still right here. She essentially became a citizen journalist, I see. There it goes again. What's up with these things? Not sure. Looks like we've got no choice but to keep investigating. What is this?
Yes.
Safety guard. What the fuck are you doing here? So that can happen, I see. I gotta change the skill, actually. They can't be poisoned, but they can be injured. What does injury actually do? Oh wait, no, I already got max stats on that one, so... Actually might as well. I should also train this one. Mugen Doramon. How do I get Chaos Mugen Doramon, actually? Is this still meant to plug into something? Is this like the charging port? Ganon shows thing on the Banchos Stingmon. If you look on his sleeve right over here, that little hold on, is it mirrored on the other side? Yeah, that sign right there. That little hand right there. That's from Jotaro Kujo's hat! Well, let me go show you. For those who you don't know. I'm seeing a lot of JoJo references today. I knew I didn't make a mistake when I went a little tirade about JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Yeah, this is the best example. Oh, I see on the other side. Yeah. So you can see over here, there's the hand on his hat. And then I'm going to go zoom in on the game capture. Hold on. You look over there, you can see there's also a hand on the actual arm bracelet right over there. That is the hand of the Buddha. And also the sign from Lucky Land Productions. Yeah. Lucky Land Communications. This is the sign from Lucky Land Communications, which is known as the hand of the mangaka, which is like a hand that is so swollen from drawing manga again and again and again that one, you get the writer's callus on the middle finger, and also it becomes swollen. So yeah, this is just straight up on the actual hat of Jotaro Kujo, even when he's an adult, by the way. And now it's a freaking Bancho Stingmon's hand! I love this! How many JoJo references are we gonna get? Sorry, I already watched part 1 to 6. Oh, hello.
見知らぬデジモン。お前もパラレルモンの光線を浴びたのかな。なぜ何も答えない。なるほど。学ランを身にまといしか。多くを語るのは主義ではない。お前も学ランの持ち主なら拳で語れ。敵か味方かそれで伝わるだろう。
I just realized he has Shime Nawa on his hands and feet. For those who don't know, on certain kinds of sacred rocks, or especially around Shinto shrines, but in the older times, they would just like wrap a sacred hemp rope around a certain rock in order to show a place was sacred. This Digimon is made of rocks and just has the hemp rope. So, is this thing a divine rock? Is this guy Kami? Oh wait, technically all Digimon are Kami because of survive.
なんか物騒なことを言い出したんですけど。
なるほどな。こいつは間違いなく番長だ。俺様怠慢なら
Sorry.
なるほどな。こいつは間違いなく番長だ。俺様とは異なる世界で頭を張っているつわもの。
Okay, it mentioned something about a head, which means this is not an accurate translation.
出て立とう。しかし、せめて名を名乗れ。
Ah, old samurai rules.
番長ゴーレモン。お前は番長レオモンだ。悪いが、やるからには手加減できんぞ。お前の言う通り、喧嘩ほど自分を表現できるものはない。拳で語り終わった時、お前は地面にひれ伏しているだろう。弱い犬ほどよく吠える。多弁は自信のなさの表れ。無限マウンテンでの修行の成果、その身で味わえ。
番長は黙って拳で語り合え。果たして二人の心は通じ合うのか。
準備完了。いくよ。ピースファンタジア。
What the? That's the wrong sound. Okay, it's 6 minutes long. Deadly poison and injury. Torinity on. Lightsaber. Well, how do you like the taste of my fists? Just telling you with words seems too boorish. I'd rather tell you with my actions. Brother. I believe I now understand everything you wanted to say.
There was a serious mutual understanding. I guess this really did do the talking.
Let's work together to take down Parallelmon. What do you say we have ourselves a collab? What? What's that? Some kind of super powerful move? It's a bond forged between those who bump fists. I mean, technically for people who I play Yu-Gi-Oh! Against, that's actually how it works. I see. I like the sound of that.
How does this keep working?
But you must have suffered no minor amount of damage during our fight. We'll need your help until when the final battle comes. Until then, please rest in the square alongside my other friends. Are they gonna end up fighting each other in the square?
Oh, another one of those crystal things.
You're gonna see more of your memories, it seems.
I remember this. This is after I just bombed the presentation. To try and make my dream to produce anime come true, I went door to door, pitching to several different companies. I wanted my work to spread all around the world, and reach Inoria and the others. That's why in the cover of my pitch deck, I had a character who looked a lot like you, Dan.
I still have no idea what all this is supposed to mean. Let's continue our investigation.
Yes.
Fuck! The guy is scary. He just shows up randomly! Okay, the last one's going to be a vaccine type, which means we should probably have the data type team here. That I recall... Yeah, it has steel moves, right? I'm sorry, he gave us a scarf? Damn. By the way, is the soundboard too loud? I can use a different soundboard, by the way. Doesn't have to be the Zets one. I've also got the 01 Revice soundboards. Not too loud? Alright. Actually, do they have the Midnight Shadow one? Oh, yeah. Did they put the Midnight Shadow sound yet? They did not put the Midnight Shadow one yet, which means that if I want to use the Nox driver, I can just use the real one, which... authenticity sounds better. I also have the 01 and the... All Summer Sentai King Oja / #1 Sentai Gojujo ring soundboards. But they don't have the mecha one, they don't have the sounds for the mechs, unfortunately, so that's a bummer. Well, I mean, they do for the King Oja one, but they don't have any for the Gojujas. I think this one will certainly work better because it just says attack moves, based on the different Sentai teams. Actually, they even have the Rainbow Rush from Tokyo.
また出た。これも知り合い？
いや、知らんな。
ちょうどお礼前にかましてやるつもりだったんだ。そっちから出向くなんざいい度胸してやが。
You're the last one you found, though.
てめえ、まさか。
気づいたか。この学ランに。
ああ、そいつはおそらくよくできたパチモンだな。
はあ？
いるんだよ、たまに。おめえみてえに学校から入るにわか野郎が。憧れんのは勝手だが、この学ランは簡単には手に入らねえ。俺のが本物だとすりゃ、お前のは偽物以外にありえない。
待て、おそらく俺様たちは別の時空の。
待てと言われて待つほどいい子ちゃんじゃねえ。行くぜ、タイマンだ。
問答無用でパチモン山回り、番長たちの熱い対マンが始まった。
準備完了。
Oh, he's a data type. I should switch to the vaccine for the virus.
ピースファンタジア。
Lupon Ranger. Got it.
いくよ、ファントムペイン。
Sorry, wrong. Too early.
しラオウ感。
ラブユーファントムペイン
Yeah, they patched it. Oh, hey! Damn it! How can I lose to a phony like this? I've come to a conclusion after a fight. You are indeed a Bancho worthy of my respect. Of course I am! You're the one who's a fraud! I am no fraud. And I'm not someone who takes my title of Bancho lightly either. Now listen to me, my brother. Parallel worlds and timelines and shit like that. Sorry about that. Suppose I got a bit carried away with the name calling and stuff. I get it now, so you're some kind of Bancho from another dimension, huh? I'm asking you to fight by my side, brother, so we can all go back to our original world. Will you join me for a collab? A collab? A bond forged between those who bump fists. Yeah, that sounds fire! How does Bancho Leomon keep doing this? Speaking of fists, I imagine my fists gave you quite the beating. You should take some time to recover. I'll show you where our friends are currently resting. We're gonna need your strength for the final battle. Another glowing crystal. At last, the day my anime one was to be presented to the public finally arrived. But it was the beginning of the end of the world. Some kind of rift opened up in the sky above the Tokyo Metropolitan Government Building, and there was a flash. I was lucky enough to escape to the underground, but it was the living hell from that day forward. I just focused on capturing all on camera. The world hasn't ended. I'm not sure I understand it all, but it sounds like your world is facing quite the predicament. Must have been fate that brought us here together. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to help. After all, we're in this collab together, right? The bond forged between those who bump fists. That's not something to be taken lightly. Thank you. For now, though, I really have to get back to my original world. There are people waiting to see my videos. There you are! Something happened to the warrior in white! I thought I should let you know immediately. What? Come on, let's go back! I just realized his blade's chipped.
Parallelmonの不意打ちから助けてもらった恩。感謝を直接伝えねば男ではない。名を教えてくれないか。
私はオメガモンだ。
そうか。俺様の名はバン。
多くを語る必要はない。説明は不要だ。
オ お前も拳で語るタイプか。気が合いそうだな。
多分違うと思う。
眠っている間も全て見ていた。例えばお前たちの決闘も、あの空間に黒い水晶があっただろう。私の意識もそこに封じ込められていたのだ。
どういうことだ。
あれはこの白い空間を制御するための機構。私の体と意識はそれを保つために利用された。抵抗することもできず、エネルギーだけが奪われ続けた。しかしそこに突然変化が起きた。私のように力を吸われていた者は他にもいたように思う。ある一人がそこに加わるのを感じた。しかしその者の意志はあの気候の支配に抗い続けた。ひたすら叫ぶ声が聞こえたのだ。自分の声を大切な人に届けたいと。その声の主は
ヒロカ。
私？どうして？
確かにお前はずっと動画を記録しているな。記録を届けたい誰かがいるということだろう。
でも私そんなことできるような力はないよ。
ここでは単純な強さは無関係。パラレルモンとこの空間は願う心を取り込んでいたようだ。例えば誰しも過去に戻りたいと願うことがある。そういう性質を利用して奴は時空をねじ曲げている。ただお前の願う心はパラレルモンの想定以上だったのかもしれない。
意志の力と腕力は関係ねえ。大事なのはハートの強さってことじゃねえか。
She does have a very strong will, after all.
そんなことがあり得るのか私にもわからないわ。ただいくつか推測は立てられるけれど、この空間が他者のエネルギーで駆動しているなら何か影響を与えることは可能かもしれない。そして制御機構が結晶体という物理的な形状を持つ以上、許容量に限界があると考えても不自然ではない。まさに想定以上だった彼女の願いによってオーバーフローを起こした。アカシックバック
Accidentally skipped it.
まさに想定以上だった彼女の願いによってオーバーフローを起こした。その結果ドアの制御機構を乗っ取った。おそらく無意識のうちに。あの空間で彼女の記憶ばかりが再現されたのもその影響でしょう。
Ah. So her will was too strong to be contained.
いずれにせよお前たちと同じように私も元の世界へ戻らねばならない。
I can tell this is a different Omegamon from the one from the Adventures timeline, because the voice is very different.
時空の逸脱者パラレルモンを打ち倒し、共にここから脱出しよ
う。いよいよ決戦。あたいも拳がうずいていたところさ。
傷は癒えた。いつでもいけるぜ。
I just realized he's like a common rider. His the top fangs look like he's crying, like Tiamat's. They really can't escape the common rider influence, can they? Then again, maybe would they?
休息は十分。
豆モン連合の意地を見せてやる。
お前たちの心意気は受け取った。しかし何かあった時のために戦力は分散しておこう。
私は行かせてもらうぞ。起きた場合に体力が満ちている。水晶で見た知識がおそらく役に立つ。
ではあと一人か。
Please, take me with you. I know I can be of help to you. Sure. I want to be by Banchos' side. Always. Wait, you didn't hear me say nothing! And don't go listening in on the maiden's mumblings.
Look, it's completely fine. Okay, preparations are complete. It's one of a possibility of many, but based on what I saw while imprisoned in those crystals, Parallelmon's objective appears to be the preservation and continued expansion of this territory. To that end, they have been kidnapping powerful beings to use them in these black crystals. It should have never expected us to take such action. It surely never expected us to take such action. Let's bring an end to this.
So we can't have them all join us?
This is as far as you go, Parallelmon, Ravager of time and space. Why is his eye always moving?
He vanished.
What is Parallelmon trying to pull?
We can only fit 3 mons the guest slot. I would have picked Banchos Stigmon though. Well, I guess my Banchos Lilithmon can actually work on my team because, well, we have Lilithmon as well as Center and everything. It's scared. It's scared of us. As you should be. Because Banchos Lilimon's a twin petal will deal more damage to a poisoned enemy, and Lilithmon can like can put deadly poison on any Digimon that it attacks with Phantom Ray. I guess it works. Plus we didn't have enough top types. Over there, Parallelmon. Stop running! We spent all this time running away from Parallelmon. Now they're the one fleeing from us! I think they're waiting for us to expend all our energy. He's clearly trying to turn this into a test of endurance. He must come up with some kind of plan in response. If we could block off its path somehow, we might be able to corner it. Yes. Oh, yes. And I believe I know how we can accomplish that feat. But it depends on you. Me? Though it's for only a short amount of time, you managed to seize control of the mechanism governing this white world. I doubt you intended it, but you have gained some kind of influence over this world. It should respond to your fervent wish. You need only keep your wish, the wish that your voice might be heard, and at the forefront of your mind and your heart. Now come! Let us return to the places where you found those black crystals that govern this world. Each and every one of the rooms I see. What the hell? Shut up.
Love you.
I'm gonna headbutt you. Let's see.
Ah! Will we be able to get our own parallel mom by just beating up these things and scanning them? Was the Dire Ranger ring? Found it. I think I wasted that shot. Oh, that was quick. Hold on, can we... Are we actually being able to scan these things? Hold on. No, we cannot. Unfortunate. You may be able to make this world respond to your will. Go on, try making your wish. Nori, just look at what's become of the world. Everyone's just given up. You can feel it too. It's like my heart is breaking. But I keep on filming. I'm not even sure why. Somehow I just can't stop myself. I think it's because you've always been such a good friend to me, Nori. Your fault. How could have you possibly known? Yes, very good. This world is responding to your sincere wish. This is quite promising. Now, let us move on to the next one. Oh my god. Get back here! Now, make your wish. The world may respond to the voice of your heart. I do my best to voice Hiroko, but I don't think I'm doing a good job. Let me help with what public safety is doing. I can record footage to Digimon anomalous phenomena to provide you with information.
I'll admit, with all that's going on right now, we do need help. But I'm not about to put a civilian's life at risk. My being a civilian isn't gonna matter if the world comes to an end. I just don't want to give up. Not yet. Not when it was all my fault. When you and his mom went to the movie theater to see the new Agent Alpha movie, I was the one who gave them the tickets. Oh, you and his mom never came home that day. They got caught up in anomalous phenomena. At the end. Yeah, how could he have possibly known that? It's not your fault! So that's what she means when she wants to turn back time. She wants to make sure that they didn't go to the theater that day so they would still be alive. In spite of all that, in order to stay by my side as a true friend. That's why. I see. So it is grief and determination that fill your soul. Huh? And it is that voice of your heart that the crystals are responding to. You must keep this up. Shotomata!
いいぞ。よし、よくやった。いいぞ。よし、よくやった。よし、よくやった。いいぞ。
Oh, not here. Now, exert your influence over that crystal. There are hostile Digimon we haven't been able to get much of a handle on so far. Dr. Simmons has a theory that they can travel freely through space-time. Is that really possible? But never mind. I'm on it. Not this time you aren't. Parallelmon isn't like any other Digimon you've dealt with so far. Let this one go. No, I'm gonna do this. I don't care what you say. I don't care what it takes. I'm getting Parallelmon on camera. Just you wait and see. I see. So although you may not have any special power yourself, you possess a unique resolve to take action. That requires a level of determination far beyond that of the powerful. So if she ends up in Undertale, she's fucking invincible. Perhaps it was more than a mere fluke that you managed to resist the control of this mechanism. Well, I don't know about any of that. I was just desperate. And that is good enough. Come, let us move on. Soon we will have control of all of the crystals. Get back here! Now, let your most fervent wish flow into that crystal. Oh, so close! So close to getting Parallelmon on camera that time! I thought I warned you to stay away from that thing. Why are you so obsessed with Parallelmon anyway? It can travel freely through space-time, right? If you could analyze this data for me, then maybe I could get my voice out to reach my friends. It'd be like an interdimensional messenger communicating through time and space, right? Theoretically speaking, but why would it ever want to do that? It's malicious. You wish to send your voice across time and space, so the source of your determination is concerned for your friends. You make it sound a lot more complicated than it actually is. It's just that, when I think of them, Inori and the others, I can't help but want to do something.
I do not know that it is a mere coincidence of fate, but concern for one who is close to me fills my soul as well. I'm sensing something. Parallelmon is no longer moving around as they were before. We should return to where the others are resting and prepare ourselves for battle.
Hmm. パラレルモンの情報を持ち帰れば私の願いは叶うかもしれない。時空を超えた配信者になって祈りたちに声を届ける。そのためにも元の世界へ戻らないと。
ここでお前と出会ったのは偶然ではなかったのかもしれない。私も友のために元の世界へ帰らねばならない。その友は表変して悪に染まってしまった。大事なものパラレルに奪われたせいだ。私は友を撃たねばならない。友だからこそこの手でそれをやらねばならない。悲しみの中でたどり着いた決意、私を動かしている。
友のため、それは俺様たちも同じだ。守らねばならない大切なものがある。だから共に元の世界へ帰ろう。俺様たちならできる。拳と拳で誓い合った兄弟だからな。
時は満ちた。
その姿は
思いを一つにした同志たち。その声背中を押してくれた。私の決意は間違っていない。そう、全てはそれぞれの友のために。今度こそ時空の牢石者を打ち倒す。さあパラレルモンの元へ行くぞ。
Does the blade shape change in majestic mode? Yeah, it goes from looking like a double-bladed longsword to looking like a katana blade. From a straight blade to a curved blade, specifically. He's a lot shorter than I thought he would be. Let's get behind it. I'll do a sneak attack, huh? 勝負しようぜ。
なぜ邪魔をする。抵抗は無意味だ。私には未来がある。
ではお前にはこの未来が見えたということか。一人の人間がお前の作り出した空間を乗っ取った。友を祈る心がお前の想定を凌駕したのだ。未来は意志によって作られる。今この瞬間から始まるのだ。我々は元の世界へ戻り、それぞれの正義に従って運命を切り開いてみせる。だからお前はここで朽ちるがいい。時の牢石者パラレルモンよ。
準備完了。
Oh, it's you guys. Banchos.
Love you.
With
いるんだぞ今だ。
この機会を逃すな。番長全員集合。
やった。
Dearly for this. I exist across countless worlds. I am infinite.
I think I nailed his voice there. Maybe because my throat helped with the rumbling. Oh. The Akashic backdoor is becoming unstable, now that its master has been defeated. If you don't hurry and get out of there, you might end up disappearing into some far-flung corner of space-time. We gotta find somewhere to evacuate. Okay, but where? This place has already started to crumble. We need to get out of here and go back to our previous location. Do we have the item that lets us just escape?
閉じ込められちゃってる。
この世界の制御機構を操れるなら、なんとかならないのか。
なんとかって言われても、頭の中で祈るくらいしかできないわよ。できた。
これは出口。
ちょっとこれすごくない？私この世界の神様みたい。
もう崩れつつある世界だけどな。
Good point.
あ、なんでなのよ。せめてもっと動画を撮ればよかった。
お前たちと出会えたのは偶然ではない。私はそう信じたいと思う。声を届けたい相手が私の世界にいるかわからないが、可能な限り伝えよう。詐欺坂ひろ子は諦めていないと。
俺様たちもそれぞれの世界で伝えてみるとしよう。これこそまさにコラボ。拳と拳でグータッチだ。
時空を超えて声を届けるというお前の願いが少しでも叶うといいな。
ありがとう。私本当は怖かったけど、勇気を出してここに来てみんなに会えて本当によかった。みんな元の世界でも元気にね。もっと揺れ始めた。私たちもそろそろ行かなくちゃ。多分私がこっちで、あなたはそっち。じゃあ行くね。ねえゆうきさん、私本当はここまでで何度も諦めかけたんだ。でもいつも同じ姿が頭に浮かんで、折れかけた心を支えてくれた。どんな時も絶対に駆けつけてくれる、私が大好きだったアニメのヒーロー。祈りもきっと信じていると思う。あの子も大好きだったもの。エージェントアルファ、私たちのヒーロー。 本当にありがとうゆきさん。それじゃあね、いつかまたコラボ動画撮りましょう。
Ooh. That Akashic back door has been cut out from the rest of space-time. It should no longer function as a pathway, meaning the threat it posed to the laws of reality have passed. However, Parallelmon can travel across space-time. It means it's possible that a Parallelmon born in another timeline could start causing trouble again. Until then, you better rest up. You're sure to have your work cut out for you again at that point. For now, though, well done.
Thank you. I can get the completion awards again? But first... This is someone who needs it. Perfect. Next, let's get all the Banchos. I'll get Bancho Mamimon. I know I need a Mamimon, but I got a Mamimon. Is this Mamimon? Then after this, we're gonna get all the all the Banchos to max stats. Huh. Oh, it's spectacles. Hello there. What would you like to do? Parallelmon is the Digimon that absorbed all the chosen children from the Adventures timeline, right? I think I was definitely over-leveled for that fight. Though it did deal like a whole lot of damage, I was actually quite scared for a bit. Speed! Yeah, let's get your attack up. You get your attack up while I go on an evolution stream. Here's hoping to get Proximation in major content DLC next year, as Gamamon won the contest. Oh, Proximamon. Proximamon? Like, is that Siriusmon? Oh wait, no, this is the fusion between Siriusmon and Ghouls Gamon's final form. Ah. I have to finish Ghost Game. I remember I was told that the ending was a bit flat because, like, the stakes weren't as high as people wanted it to be. We never got Proximamon. Yeah! We never got Proximamon in the show, apparently. Even though in the V-Pet, Proximamon is an actual thing. What's the final form of Ghouls Gamamon again? I know that Ghouls Gamamon was an actual Digimon in Ghost Game. Like, a split personality to Gamamon. For context, my Moon/Millenniummon was a nothing burger.
That sucks. Why is there such a, like, production issues with Ghost Game, actually? And also, like, they abandoned the Vital Bracelet. Like, I have the Vital Bracelet with me, and at least the app is still up, the offline form where at least you can archive the Digimon you do have. But, like, I can't actually I can't battle anyone with the Digimon I do have, which, like, it sucks. I train them for nothing. Bancho Mamemon. Like, I trained them for nothing. I can't use them for anything. Suffer from... Ah, that makes sense. COVID. That fucking virus ruined everything for everyone. Yeah. I wish they could have... Like, for Kamen Rider, like, if there were a bit of production issues in the show, there's always the post-series movies that actually help to fix the story up. Like, for example, in Kamen Rider Saber, there were issues because of for Kamen Rider 01 and Kamen Rider Saber, there were issues because it aired during the pandemic. The second half of 01 aired during the start of the pandemic, which was like really... which had meant that Arc 1 was turned from a potential form for the final villain, which was, well, Arc, the evil AI satellite thing that was corrupting all the human gears, to, oh no, it's a berserker form for Kamen Rider 01 himself. We're gonna completely switch the message from, oh, these special AI called Humagears are able to gain humanity. What does that mean? When the thing that turned them evil in the first place was to strip away their potential for sentient and sapient thought, what were the implications of that? And the movie, which... yeah, it's the one where there's Kamen Rider Eden and Lucifer. It actually expanded on the themes of Kamen Rider 01 and served as a good epilogue. Then, of course, there was the post-series Metsubo Jinrai movies, which kind of fucked up the whole thing again. The canonicity of that, we don't acknowledge it. Plus, it was kind of undone with Kamen Rider Outsiders, where Horobi is alive again. Tofu was dead. And for Kamen Rider Saber, the post-movies actually did help a lot with the actual story of it. With the actual story of Kamen Rider Saber, which, it's more like a Sentai show than a Kamen Rider show, funnily enough. And also they had that really amazing movie, Superhero Senki, the last Kamen Rider Super Sentai collab movie that's an actual superhero time movie. It paid homage to the actual mangaka who made the whole thing possible. How did I forget his name? How did I forget the name of the guy who made Kamen Rider? Something sensei. Shotaro Ishinomori, yeah. It has Shotaro Ishinomori as an actual character in there. Where he was actually, his younger self, pulled out from the timeline, was actually there, and the whole way that the villains were trying to kill both Kamen Rider and Super Sentai was to demoralize him from making heroes in the first place by showing these heroes that you made, all of them suffer from horrible suffering and lives. A quote from Shotaro Ishinomori was even used. My characters suffer because I, their god, make them suffer. Which, yeah, that's technically true. So, conceptually, Kamen Rider as a whole and Super Sentai as a whole were temporarily erased from reality. And the characters themselves, like, Kamiyama Toma, Kamen Rider Saber, he could live a life when none of the events of his story happened, where he could have lived a happy life where all of his friends are still alive and nothing happened and stuff like that. But then he was able to convince Shotaro Ishinomori, heroes are important. We need to be there to inspire the next generation, and we will suffer, yes, but people will suffer without us. We bring hope to the world, we bring hope to the world. So Shotaro Ishinomori
makes the original mangas for Kamen Rider and Super Sentai again, and they all come back to life. And then Kamen Rider Revice shows up, and not even Ishinomori himself knows him. He's like, did you make that? I was like, I don't know. Just funny. I wish a Ghost game could have had that, you know, like a post-series movie which wraps everything together. Although, actually, Superhero Senki was shown during the airing of Kamen Rider Saber and Kikai Sentai Zenkaija. Zenkai in this case not only means, you know, Zenkai in the normal context of like, let's go all the way, full throttle, but also means Zen as if all and Kai like Sekai. So Kikai Sentai, so the all-world machine squadron Zenkaija. Because like Zenkaiser is the main leader. He's not a Red Ranger, surprisingly enough. He's mostly in a white suit with rainbow coloring, like the leader of the second Sentai Jaka, which was Big One, where he had the eyes of what was the name? Red One of the first Red Ranger. What's the name of the first Red Ranger? It's not Aka Red. Aka Red is the representation of every single Red Ranger possible. What is the name? Aka Ranger. Aka Ranger is the very first one. So, Zenkaija has the eyes of Aka Ranger, and also the sub-Kamen Rider antenna, like he's Kamen Rider double. And also has, yeah, the rainbow motif, and also a cape, and his weapon is a gun with a crank on it, called the Gia Toringa. Can you imagine if Ghost Game was actually able to have a... Yeah, if it was able to actually have that final... that post-series movie which fixes everything. Post-series movie adds a bit more story, acts as an epilogue, patches up the story, and fixes a bunch of stuff that they missed. I'm gonna give this guy stout strength only, just a moment. Like, imagine if it had that, and then we can have Proximamon in there. We get Proximamon, we get him and all this stuff. And, you know, the actual threat of like, oh, the threat's gonna be coming in like 1,000 years, and that's the end of the show. Is like, is that the end of the show? I remember seeing the clips of that. It's like, I stopped watching it because, like, one, I wanted to finish Digimon Adventure, and two, I heard like, oh, the ending is like very underwhelming and doesn't really accomplish much. So I was like, why am I watching this then? For context, I do research on the shows I watch before I actually watch them. It's, I'm not sure if it's a bad habit I have. Like, Ghost Game's gonna hold a place in my heart because, like, it's the first Digivice I got. You love how Geats made Kamen Rider Buffer, who his final form is immune to all Kamen Riders, and the only way around it is that his powers have not yet seen the powers not part of the Kamen Rider set. Yep. Including the monsters, the Jamato, because yes, they can fight him. They can beat him because, well, they're not Kamen Riders. Also thinking about it is, any Showa Rider could defeat him if they renounce the title of Kamen Rider, technically. Because to be a Kamen Rider in those days, like, it's more of a title than an actual conceptual thing, like it is now. Like, the concept of Kamen Rider is now a universal concept. Geats is now being the god of creation is probably the only reason you could beat him. Yeah. Because you can just, like, I'm immune to all Kamen Riders. Nope.
Like, nope, you're not immune to all commoners anymore. Actually, I think the reason why he lost his ability is because of, like, another reset, right? Or was it the Grand End that was the reason? It's been a while since I watched Gates. It's been 2 years, I think. Also, is Omagio given access to... Because I know, like, there's ride watches all the way up to Zets. Canonically, does he have those abilities? I know he has the abilities of Kamen Rider Saber, because Geo gets the Saber Ride Watch. And I also know he has 01, because he has the 01 Ride Watch. But does he get Revive, Vice, Yeats, Gotchard, and Gav, and also Zets? Zets, who now has full-on reality warping, but to an even greater degree, because now he can also fuck with the timeline. Because, like, he's now got, like, 11 layers of reality manipulation akin to the Big Bang, where he's, like, able to just, like, negate events from happening. He's, like... Yeah, think about, like, Zet's Extreme. Neo-Decade out of nowhere, so it's possible. Yeah, but that's because of Decade gaining the powers after Geo, so we don't know if, like, Decade has the power of that. Well, because, like, unless we see footage of him actually using it, and by the way, Decade's alive again. Unless we see him specifically use the item on the show, I don't know if he can actually use them. Because, like, technically there are toys of Decade using freaking Evolt's black hole form, but we don't know if it's official. Same way we don't think that SIC feats are official. Decade's alive again. He's just Tori Sugari no Kamen Rider da. Yeah, but like we see him in the Gotchard movie, where he takes a picture of Legend and is like, nice to see that you're holding up the title. And he takes a picture, and then Legend, whose Kemi card got cut in half, by the way, which means that Kemi's fucking dead. Also, unfortunate to know that the Kemi cards have the durability of actual cardboard. Because he can just be cut with a fucking spear. He holds up the picture that Decade took of him, which, by the way, Decade can now take actually good photos, which is progress. He can now take photos that don't look like shit. It's amazing. So then, he's able to turn that into the you know, like there's the special kind of Kemi cards where it looks like a portrait of the actual rider, like the original Deca Driver cards. Poggers! Yes! Yeah, so now the picture, the photo, turns into like that special Kemi card. Now Legend can transform again. So now, Decade can not only make actual Kamen Rider cards, like new Kamen Ride cards, he can just make new Kemis. When in the fuck did Decade learn to do alchemy? I mean, yes, I know his driver, like the 6 dots on the driver, are technically elemental magic, that the right amount of it is poured in from the right amount of it is coded from the barcode of the card before it makes it and then replicates the exact ratios of the amount that represent the rider that he's gonna transform into, and then he's coded it in the shit, and then after that, probably just passing through a lesson. Yeah, he's just passing through everything. And he actually can, because he's got dimension shit. Also, he's fast enough that his speed is immeasurable, because he can go back in time. Because of hyper clock up, which he can outspeed clock up form in his Gekijotai form, aka the movie special form. Oh wait, no, not Gekijotai. Yeah, Gekijotai. Or the violent emotion form, you know, like when his eyes are all weird. Although, apparently he doesn't have access to that anymore, which means it's kind of a nerf for him. But again, he's got the Tower Head Decade Complete form. Which means he technically has access to it again? My question though is, like, why didn't they make it like a darker shade of pink? Like, it looks ridiculous, but like if you made it like a slightly darker shade of pink, like the design would have been fine. This is making me want a Sonic Kamen Rider crossover manga. Yeah. That sounds cool, actually. With Sonic... Who would Sonic crossover with, actually? Okay, well... He's already collabed with Hatsune Miku. He's already collabed with Yakuza. He's apparently gonna collab with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. He's already collabed with Spawn, which means he can collab with the entirety of DC, which, by the way, he's already done as well. So, who knows? Oh, and he's also collabed with Korone. With Inugami Korone. Which means, yes, Hololive is now part of the Sonic universe. He's also King Arthur, yes. And he's got 2 DC crossovers, yes. And he's got a 3rd one with Spawn. And the entirety of Hololive and all the world building they've done is also there. And like, the weird shit is that, yeah, Hololive has some really intricate world building. Like Takanashi Kiara, she can travel through dimensions by dying and being reborn. As a phoenix, of course. I wonder if Kason is also part of the Hololive lore. By the way, do you know that Tekken is part of the Digimon multiverse? Apparently, Tekken is part of the Digimon multiverse. Which means that a Digimon Tekken crossover would be actually canonically possible. I mean, we've had collabs between Digimon Ghost Game and Digimon Adventure, and they are part of the same, and they are different timelines in the multiverse. So imagine a Digimon Tekken crossover in the modern day. Sonic clowning on Reverse Flash was funny. I mean, one's the pettiest man alive, and the other one is the coolest hedgehog alive, and also the fastest thing alive. Well, I mean, Archie Sonic would be the fastest thing alive. As you could. Though Kid Flash is apparently faster because he can just steal your speed. I wonder why in the fuck, Reverse Flash is so petty. He's like, oh, what's that? I'm gonna be the nemesis of this guy? Okay, I'm gonna make his life as miserable as fucking possible! Like, the amount of hate he has for Barry. Like, how in the fuck? He didn't fucking hate you. You're just doing it for the love of the game, huh? My motives are beyond your understanding. No shit. By the way, apparently my friend Izanami, she started a subathon, which means that after this, we're going to raid her! And because this is the Bancho episode, it means that we're gonna be here for. It means that this one's gonna be a bit shorter than usual. But we're gonna have to maxle the stats first, and then I'm gonna go test them out. By the way, if you want to know what those weird metal clanking sounds are in the background, I'm using a Bali song comb and just like practicing it as a for stimming. It's a comb. It's not a knife. If it was a knife, I would accidentally cut myself anytime I tried combing my hair. I got it in order to practice. I got it a while ago, actually. My sense of age. It's getting a bit loose, though. It's good fit its way, actually. I actually got it because of the spy from Team Fortress 2. I've never played Team Fortress 2 a lot. I did one stream where I was actually doing like rocket jump practicing. I never got to play in the actual lobby though. Honestly, Sonic and Zets would work with the Dream Reverie from Dream Team. Oh yeah. I'm actually thinking, wait, like, I haven't caught up to Zets yet. I know it's happening though, but I need to catch up to it. Zets' lucid dreaming now can change the real world, if I recall, and like I said for the X-Dream thing, it is essentially a more active form of Gold Experience Requiem, For context, Gold Experience Requiem from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 5, Vento Oreo, or Golden Wind. The way it works is that if anyone tries to do an attack on Giorno, Gold Experience Requiem will automatically activate, and it will end up... It keeps the cause, but the result is negated. So like if someone tries to throw a punch, their action is reversed. Time is not reversed, but... Absolute Rider! Oh, actually I have the soundboard right here, actually I can use it. Unfortunately, my local Bandai shop does not have the Extreme Capsum yet. It did have the Wolf and the Gun Capsums though, which I actually bought. You've probably heard them before. I cannot wait to buy the Extreme Capsum. I have right here.
Extreme Rise Capsule. Rise.
Also, it's funny knowing that the extreme form has a face on his stomach. Like, on his stomach underneath the actual driver. It has the eyes of the Catastrophe Gore Nightmare. Instead of Absolute Cinema, it's Absolute Rider! Yeah. And the eyes of the Catastrophe Gore Nightmare are on his stomach. Which is rather interesting. So, like I was saying for Gold Experience Requiem versus the Extreme one. So, Gold Experience Requiem. Anyone tries attacking Giorno, the action is reversed. It's not time manipulation for context. It's straight up causality manipulation. It completely negates the cause, so it never happens. Extremes one, I don't remember how it works exactly. From what we're seeing, it looks like he's just straight up choosing the timeline that he wants. I think Baku and Ariam would get along well. Ariam, who's that again? I'm not caught up on my Sonic lore. It's a Ram Lady. The Dreamweaver. One of the interdimensional beings that guards the Reverie. Interesting. Oh, by the way, I gotta find out. You know, like, how Nem and Sieg are appearing in 2D anime forms, right? It's confirmed it is not AI. It was made by an Indonesian artist who actually posted on Twitter. It's made by an Indonesian artist who actually was, like, they were able to make it. So we don't have to fear. It's human-made, which is a relief, honestly. And also, so now Nem is now a VTuber. It's a relief that it's human-made. Also, it's cool knowing that they actually got an Indonesian artist to do it. Nice human hands, yeah. Also, it's kind of cool knowing they got an Indonesian artist to do it, because, like, a large amount of the Kamen Rider fandom is actually here in Indo. Like, I live in an area, it's Pick, there's a small little... It's not a mall, it's like a little shopping... It's a little collection of shops and a building. Opposite side / hotel, which is opposite side to a hospital here. It's called Ozone. There's an official Bandai store there. I actually there's also one in Pluit Village. I actually buy a lot of my Kamen Rider / Sentai merch there. Well, it's mostly Kamen Rider merch. It's mostly anime, and there's a Kamen Rider section. I can't find many Sentai things other than like the Ryusouls from Kishiryu Sentai Ryu Soldier, and like the chainsaw knife from Ryu Soldier, which I already have. Which is unfortunate. I want like I want the Sentai rings and I want the Ryotaka sword, but they don't have it. Though a lot of the merch here is from 01, Saber, Revice, 01. Oh, no, I already mentioned 01. Some of the Geats buckles actually, they actually got like the deluxe Geats buckles, other ones with voices and everything. It's pretty cool. But not a few things from Gav, but not much from Zets. Like the latest thing that the one from the local shop has, they have the Breakham Buster, which is the Nox's weapon. They've only got one left though. They've got the Lord Invoker, and they've got the Lord Invoker version of the Breakham Zetsa. I have not bought that one. They also have like the bundle version where it's like the box of two of them. I am still waiting for the for the Extreme Driver. I also ended up missing out on getting the actual Nox driver from the shop. I had to buy it from the scalper. Thankfully, I bought the gun, and the Wolf capsules from the shop before they were snatched up. They're being sold at double the price on Tokopedia, and sometimes triple the price. It's criminal. And also, I did not get to get the Inazuma Blaster. I wish I did. Holy shit, I wish I did. Because now there's like one seller who's selling it, but like it's at... They added like 300k rupiah to the price. For context, it's usually 700-ish. No, usually like 500-ish. So, okay, so imagine it like 50 bucks for the weapon, 70 bucks for the belt. This guy is selling it at 100 bucks. 20 bucks for the down payment, and the rest of it is 100 bucks. Absolutely fucking criminal. I fucking hate scalpers. And someone's selling the Ryotaka sword at 200 bucks, but at least they should. At least it's an actual full purchase. I gotta save up for it. I'm gonna go back to tutoring early. You love how Tokusatsu got the rights to SZs in America by YouTube. Yeah, it's actually wonderful. However, they don't do that here. I wish I could just watch you. It's amazing that you get it for free in America. It's like, finally, people are gonna be introduced to Kamen Rider. Wonderful. I wish the same happened here. Especially because they got a freaking Indonesian artist to draw Nem and Sieg in the 2D forms. Though I guess there would be the issue of how they would have the subs on there, because like the subs are just burned into they're burned into the footage. Why didn't they just do the thing that Ultraman did and just like have the subs be in like closed captions? Yeah, why didn't they just do closed captions actually? Oh right, because they're live streaming the damn thing. I wish it was worldwide though, so that way you know. It's amazing you guys have it in America, but I also wish we got it like here. And I hope it's live and I hope it's available in Australia actually. I mean, it logically should, because like Japan is closer to Australia than America as well. There's also like a lot of Asian immigrants to Sydney. They're mostly from Hong Kong actually, but like there's a couple. I haven't actually. There's a few from Korea and a few from Japan, I think. I really gotta catch up to sets. I'll probably watch it later, after this. You're already fully started. Next is Bancho Leomon. I am very well that he has a Jogress with Chaos Dramon. I am not doing the Jogress, I'm just gonna have them do Jogress attacks. First, we're gonna give you extra HP. Ah, what happened? What? Oh, I must have accidentally pressed my address and held it. I have to say, I'm surprised that Toei didn't actually want to, like, have the actual VODs of the episodes up. like Super Riot Productions does. Because Super Riot Productions actually has it with, like, the full episodes are just there with closed caption subs and audio tracks whenever they want, if people want it, so that way people can watch it. I mean, I know Super Riot Productions is a lot more chill when it comes to people reusing their content for, like, fair use stuff, which it doesn't, fair use apparently doesn't exist in Japan. It's like, for Wikipedia, for example, they don't have a picture of a Squirtle in the Wikipedia entry. They have to have, like, a freaking shitty cosplay of Squirtle. But, like, I know Super Riot Productions, like, they're a lot more chill with it. And plus, like, it's free marketing as well. It's, you know, it would kind of be illogical for them to not. Yeah. Like, Ultraman Trigger, Deca, Ultraman Z, Trigger, Deca, Blazar, Arc, and Omega are on YouTube, on their channel, for free. There's also, not from Super Riot Productions, but there's the entirety of Ultraman Orb with Indonesian subs, and it's been there for a few years. Ultraman Geed there with, well, also Indo subs, but they have the entirety of it with, like, English subs on Bilibili. Which is like, it's like Chinese YouTube, basically. But there's a lot more pirated shit on there. I'm surprised that Toei didn't, like, see Super Riot Productions and like, oh wow, you're getting a lot of success by just having it there. Let's do that. I mean, at least you guys are actually getting, and like, for Super Riot Productions, it's worldwide. I mean, for you guys in America, at least you actually get it on YouTube on the Chokushatsu's channel, but like, when I was in Japan on holiday, yeah, it wasn't there at all. It was not there at all. Which, I get it, free use isn't a thing. Actually, no, I don't get it. It's your channel. Why don't you just have it on Bandai World thing, like you do for like the first 2 episodes of every Kamen Rider one? Why don't you just put it there? It's more logical. People get to watch it. You get to collect the ad revenue. Just put ads in it, like in the place where like where you would cut a commercial on TV, like Super Riot Productions does. Makes sense. You don't get too many ads. You get the ads in places where it makes sense. Like where you have ads on TV for cable. You get the ads on YouTube for that. You gotta collect the ad revenue. Thousands, if not millions of people get to watch it. They get to watch it again. So you get more money. You get free advertising whenever people promote it. Well, Super Riot Productions, like, why don't you just do that? It's more easy for everyone to access. It means that people no longer will have to use the pirating sites, which means that they don't use it anymore. It's just better. People get to watch it for free. You get the money. You get more marketing. People are more incentivized to buy your merch. I mean, I have already bought the Zetz Driver, the Lord Invoker, the Nox Driver, the Breakham Zetzer, and for the Zetz Driver I also got the special version where it had the Impact, Stream, Recovery, and Wonder capsules. Also came with a Gochizo capsule and a Zetz Gochizo. I went to Japan, in Akihabara, I used the Gacha machine to get the Drive capsule, which is actually, it has Maha on there. I also got, with the Breakham Zetzer, it also came with the Machinery capsule. I also got the Wolf and the Gun capsules. I also even got the set where we get the Transform capsule and the Wing capsule. Why wouldn't you just put it on YouTube for free? Worldwide. Because like the merch is here in Indo, but I'm pretty sure people don't know what it is unless they pirate it. Sorry for that small little rant there. I wish it was accessible here, you know? Because YouTube's a lot better than the pirate sites in like accessibility. I mean, obviously. Why wouldn't they have it here, too? There's a massive market for Kamen Rider and Super Sentai here in Indo. Mostly Kamen Rider, because, like, I don't see a lot of Sentai merch. But, like, there's a big market for Kamen Rider because Toei had a collab in India. Sorry, not India, Indonesia, here, to make Bima Satria Garuda, which is practically just Kamen Rider for Indo. Like, they already did that. So why not air Kamen Rider here?
like you did with Tokusatsu in America, people will be like, oh hey, that's like that old show, Bima Satra Garuda is like a brilliant hero, Badion. Sorry, Genius Hero Badion, which is like it's another Indonesian Tokusatsu show, which is currently airing. It's got modern visuals and CGI and all that. I have to watch it too. Like, they aired in China, because China has their own version of Kamen Rider. They have a version of Kamen Rider called Armor Hero, and then they have another one called Extreme Vanguard Batar, which has a director who actually did direct Kamen Rider before, and it shows in the usage of the CGI, the finishers, the fight styles, the fighting choreography, and everything in there. It's like, you guys air it in China. They even, like, they even change the way that they film the production so that they can simulcast it in Japan and China at the same time. They have a Chinese dub for it too, though. My friend who comes from China, I think she comes from Beijing specifically, she's no longer in Beijing actually. She said it was a very toxic, hyper-competitive place, and they should think it's 4 hours of a break a day. She watches it subbed, of course, because the sub-V dub thing extends past America. It extends past the English-speaking fan base. Sub-V dub is a universal thing. And she's a sub-purist. But my friend doesn't like Zets, actually. Sorry, not Zets. She doesn't like Geats. She thinks that Ace reviving everyone and then undoing the revival is essentially him killing everyone. I disagree. He's like, no, he just undid it. He didn't actively kill them. Sorry that I'm doing a yapping thing. I also have to read JoJo Part 10, JoJo Lands. There is a Kinokuniya near to where I live. I should probably, like, actually buy the books. Or I could wait for the anime adaptation, which would... Actually, no, I probably can't, because Steel Ball Run is episode 2 is gonna take forever to release. I'll probably be 30 by the time it gets released. And JoJolion and JoJo Lands is gonna take even longer. The plan is apparently to have every race be an episode. That's gonna take quite a while, isn't it? When are they gonna release episode... When are you gonna release episode 2, Netflix? We're waiting! Until the races get too long because of side events. Yeah, it makes sense. Oh, wait, wrong one. I actually saw a theory, someone trying to analyze if Funny Valentine was a Democrat or a Republican. For context, for those who don't know, I mean, Fox, I assume you know about the party switch, but for those who don't know, during the time where Steel Ball Run was taking place, which is the 1700s, the Democrats were right-wing and the Republicans were left-wing, and then eventually they switched, so now... Blackest episode is the same corpse in Part 7. Yes! The corpse of Jesus Christ of Nazareth! And then after
And then after he resurrected, he went to fucking America, of all places. Actually, which sect of Christianity theorized that Yeshua/Jesus went to America? Was it the Mormons? Or someone else? Like he went, like in his last days, he went to America to teach the Native Americans Christianity and all that. Was it the Mormons who thought that? I don't know. I remember, like, was it Expert who said it, or someone else who said, like, it's based on a theory of, like, Jesus in his last days before Ascension Day, he went to America to teach the native, like, the indigenous people of Christianity. Yeah, it's probably Mormonism, right? But yeah, for those of you who don't know about the whole thing, someone on YouTube actually theorized if Funny Valentine would have been a Democrat or a Republican. During that time, a Democrat was right-wing, so they would be modern-day Republicans, and a Republican would be left-wing, so they'd be modern-day Democrats. The one piece of evidence that basically cemented the whole thing is that Funny Valentine would have been a far-left president, but like the worst kind. Because, like, obviously his whole goal was like, I'm gonna have the love train surround the entirety of America, so that way all the misfortune that happens in America is gonna be put somewhere else in another country on the planet, and I don't give a fuck what happens to the rest of the world. America first. Which, you know, someone on the opposite side of the sphere is doing the same thing now. So, but the thing that made the person kind of come to the conclusion that, yeah, Funny Valentine would have been a Republican, 1700s Republican, aka a Democrat, in the modern sense, is that the guy who had the stand Tubular Bells, who is the personal bodyguard of Funny Valentine, he's a black guy. In the 1700s. No way would a right-wing president in the 1700s hire a black guy as his personal bodyguard. But it seemed that Funny Valentine would have been more akin to Mao Zedong or Joseph Stalin than, you know, yeah. But seriously, I mean, how in the... I think the only reason people think that, like, a lot of people are sympathetic to Funny Valentine's goal. I think it's because Funny Valentine's, like, very, very charismatic in the actual manga. Because, like, he keeps talking about his convictions and all that, so it's like a form of propaganda, which I saw in another theory. I think it was like Ocean's 8 or something. But when you really look at Funny Valentine outside of his speeches about, I will be the one to take the first napkin from the table, and this whole thing of like, I do this all for patriotism. When you really cut to the brass tacks, he's a horrible man. What, shall I list what he does? Because it's pretty, holy shit, he's bad. And, surprisingly, we can draw parallels between him and the guy who's currently running America. Surprisingly, they have done similar things. Like, Lucy Steele and... Excuse me. Sorry. I don't know what came over me. Shall I explain? I can also like not explain it for like those who are not into JoJo, like if you don't want to know it. It is a rather touchy subject. Actually, hold on. I have to check. I'm gonna be reading someone after stream. I have to check if they're actually live. Is she live right now? Yes, she's live. After this, we will be raiding Izanami after we finish boosting every single Bancho to max stats. Yeah. Didn't Funny Valentine also have the American flag carved into his back on a patriotism? Well, you're right that he has the modern American flag carved on his back,
but he didn't do it intentionally. He gained it due to him being tortured. He was tortured, I think. His dad was also tortured, and he like stuffed a handkerchief in his eye socket, which is a reference to Pulp Fiction, where like the guy shoved the evidence up his asshole. But Funny Valentine gained the actual flag based on he was tortured, and then from the lashings from the whip, it turned into the American flag. But the American flag of the modern day, not the American flag of like the time. If you actually look at his actions, though, Funny Valentine is pure evil. Like, he's not actually a sympathetic villain, he is just pure evil. But he wears the veneer of the sympathetic villain. Talking about like he's doing this for his country and all that. When you really get down to his plan, his entire plan is, the way Love Train works is that anything that hits Love Train, or anything that happens inside of anything that hits Love Train, that is encircled by Love Train, any misfortune that shall happen there, it will be transferred to someone else outside of the barrier at all. For example, if, like what happened to he is Dio, but he put the propaganda on. Yes! And that includes the raping of women. Actually, no, Dio didn't rape women, but, well, Funny Valentine. For context, Funny Valentine tried to rape a 10-year-old girl. Yeah! Lucy Steele! Actually, was she 10 or 12? Dio was just a womanizer. Yeah, Dio was just a womanizer. He was a bit more than a womanizer. He liked both men and women, and... yeah. What is the bisexual equivalent of a womanizer? And a dog killer. Yep, he is a dog killer. And a baby killer, too. And, dog killer, baby killer, and more. He is pure evil, wrapped up in a whole package. He's just a pure evil bastard. Not only a dog killer, a cat killer, too. He doesn't discriminate the species. Rocky doesn't like cats. It's confirmed, Araki doesn't like cats. He will go out with a fucking air rifle to scare them off. Because whenever they go around his house, they shit on his lawn, so he goes out with like an air rifle. And like, it's not filled with anything, it just like makes a loud sound in order to chase them off. And whenever he depicts cats, it depicts like the slightly evil, deceptive creatures. Though he's seemingly taking a bit more of a liking to them, miserably. Does Araki like dogs because every dog is dead as go? He loves dogs. That is exactly why the only people who hurt dogs in his manga are absolute fucking psychopaths. For context, Araki stated that he wished he could actually have a dog as a pet, but with the scheduling of with the busyness of the mangaka, he is unable to actually, take care of a dog. Because he says that like they're very loyal and compassionate animals. Iggy gets freaking erased, yes. But if you look at who erased him, Vanilla Ice, he is a fucking not Vanilla Ice. The guy who has Vanilla Ice. He's a fucking psychopath. Araki in his early writing basically used someone hurting dog equals they are an evil bastard and shall get no mercy. It's basically it's writing shorthand to say, this guy is bad, boo this man! For example, the way you ought to know Dio is a piece of shit, like, we already know he's a piece of shit, because he tries to, like, he sexually assaulted Jonathan's girlfriend by forcefully kissing her to steal her first kiss, before slapping her, knocking her to the ground. He tried to fucking stab Jonathan with a knife. The way you got to know that he was a truly evil, irredeemable asshole is when he locked the poor dog, Jonathan's poor dog, Danny, inside of a fucking furnace and burned the poor dog alive. And in the manga, we get to see the poor thing jump out of the fire with its fucking mouth tied.
like bound with a rope as it tries to run and try and get put out the fire. That is how you know that Dio is an irredeemable, pure evil piece of shit who should be wiped off the face of the earth. But the reason Araki has it where, like, dog dying equals this man is evil is because, like, it's a very easy way of showing that the guy is evil. I think he said in his book, Manga Theory in Practice, the best way you can actually... I might be remembering it wrong and I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but a good way to show that your villain is evil is have them do something which is genuinely evil, that it shows that he uses someone hurting a dog to show that they are irredeemable and there is no goodness in their heart. It's even a trope called, for example, to show someone is good, it's called saving the cat. For example, Aladdin in the movie Aladdin, it's got a couple problems, but like, yeah, let's get past that. Him saving, I forgot who he saved, I think it was Princess Jasmine in disguise. Him saving her is his saving the cat moment. A kicking the dog moment is to show that someone is evil. They do something so morally reprehensible, we instantly know, bad guy. So, Dio's literally, one of his first appearances is him literally kicking a dog. Which is how we know, oh, this guy's evil. Oh, this guy's very evil. What the fuck, he set a dog on fire? He's an irredeemable asshole with a heart as black as stone, as black as coal. But Araki stopped the dog killing in part 4. You'll notice, he stops the dog killing in part 4. That is the last time he does the dog killing equals villain evil. Because he got better at writing, you see. Because the thing about the whole... Because the dog is already dead there. Yeah. But like, after part 4, he stops it because, I think what was happening was that Araki with his dog being killed by villain equals villain is evil. It was kind of lazy. Like, yeah, it's obviously a good way of showing the guy is evil, but he kind of understood that he's going to be a bit more subtle about it. Obviously the villains in JoJo are like very bombastic. I mean, just look at how the fuck they dress. And you immediately know, like, oh, this guy is definitely gonna stick out. But, like, it's not very subtle. It's not very subtle or clever. For, like, how do you know they're evil? Tell them you're evil without telling them you're evil. Yeah, pretty much just like, the enemy could be anywhere! And the enemy is dressed up like a fucking model. They're dressed up like a freaking fashion model, which, by the way, most of the outfits the characters in JoJo are actually based on fashion models. Specifically, they're based on women fashion models, surprisingly enough. Actually, not surprisingly enough. They're based on women fashion models, they're based on women's fashion. Especially Bucciarati. And Abakio. Abakio is specifically based on a outfit from Gucci magazine, actually. But I mean, for Araki, his writing strengthened got stronger after part 4 as well. You'll also notice that's when he uses the more slim, model kind of like art style. He went from super big and bulky, not overly designed, extremely intricately designed muscles to the part 5 art style. You'll actually see that in like reading the manga through. The part 4 anime kind of like had it settled in the middle where it's like an in-between point between part 3 and part 5 where Josuke is still pretty big, which makes sense. He's really muscular. We even get to see his shirt on. You even get to see him with his jacket off. He's pretty built. But he's also like less slim than he is in the early chapters, where he looks like fucking part 3 Jotaro, who's like extremely large. And part 5, they're slim. They kind of look like I won't say MMA fighters, because like a lot of MMA fighters, because there's grappling involved, they have been getting larger and larger as of late. But they look more like no, actually not boxers, because there's a lot of big boxes, but like they're little like smaller kind of boxes, you know, like the flyweight division. Which I mean kind of makes sense considering that, well, Giorno seemingly knows boxing. Like his dad. Albeit he doesn't know how to duck and weave. Bucciarati definitely knows a form of it. We see him use sticky fingers like an actual boxer. Including the ducking, the weaving, and the punch slipping, and all that. We straight up see him do, like, slipping punch. Well, actually, does it count as punches from the Grateful Dead, just like thrusting his claws forward? Yeah, I'll call it jabs. Like, slipping the jabs and stuff like that. Seriously, the fight choreography in Part 5 was amazing. Holy shit. The director there. Someone give them an award? So Fox, to make a long story short, Araki loves dogs. That's why, when he wants to show a person as evil, he kills dogs. Well, he has a dog be killed, he doesn't do it himself. And eventually he stopped because he kind of realized, wait, it's kind of getting old, and everyone can tell what I'm doing. Everyone can tell what I'm going for. It's kind of getting old at this point. Maybe I should try something else. Because, like, it was happening in every part from 1 to 4. The one time it was subverted in Part 2, though, with Cars, named after the band called The Cars. In order to show that there was, like, some form of goodness in him, but not really, he killed 2 people who were about to run over a dog by using his brilliant bone blade to chop them in half before they knew it. But Kaz didn't do that because he wanted to save a dog. He did that because he dislikes humans overstepping their bounds, like imposing their dominance over other life forms. He doesn't want it. He views it as like he respects other life forms other than humans because he doesn't know if he's better than them yet. The moment he gains his full power, he goes, and then he loses all respect. He's like, with my rebirth, I shall destroy you, Joseph Joestar! And then because he thinks he's already perfect and he's no longer trying to improve himself, he gets cocky and he loses. Having Kira's sole motivation to be evil, being a sociopath who has a hand fetish, was wacky as fuck. Yeah. Oh, by the way, there's a bit of extra lore that Araki says is canon. Well, he kind of says it's canon, but like he had it in mind the whole time. But he was unable to actually put it in directly into a shonen manga. Like, he thought he couldn't. They thought it like, well, it kind of seems weird to put it in a shonen manga. Apparently what happened was, Kira's mom used to abuse him, and then Kira's dad turned a blind eye to him, which is why Kira's dad is so overprotective of him when he's dead. And Kira now has this like really skewed view of what women are like. Because the way Kira describes women is like, by killing them and then dating their severed hands, he is purifying them. Yes, really. And because, like, Araki has never actually said that it's no longer canon, and when writing Part 4, he had that in mind the whole time, so it is practically canon at this point. Kira's whole motivation to kill women is that he wants to purify their impure souls by dating him. Kira needs therapy, thankfully his ghost got yes! Thankfully his ghost got a mind wipe, therapy, and a Buddhist nun. A bhikkhuni.
in order to basically set him on the right path. And his ghost doesn't even look like himself anymore. It was like Kosaku Kawajiri. By the way, his motivation is it's slightly more complex than wanting a quiet life, because clearly he does not want a quiet life only. Because he did have a quiet life as Kosaku Kawajiri. He wants to have a quiet life, and he wants to be seen. He wants to be able to undergo his sexual fetish of killing women and then dating their hands and then quote-unquote purifying their souls by dating their severed hands. And then he also wants there to be zero consequences for his actions, which is the quiet life bit. He was based on, I forgot. He wanted his cake and to eat it too. Not only that, he wanted to have his cake, then to throw the cake on the ground, piss on it, and then get 2 more cakes. He wanted too much! So it kind of makes sense that it took a Buddhist nun to basically purify his soul, because the whole point of the ideology is like, the source of all suffering is unattainable, unnecessary desire, and the only way to the best way to get rid of that suffering is to let go. Just let go of it. Doesn't mean you have to get rid of all the suffering. It doesn't mean you have to get rid of the unnecessary ones that are actually causing harm and, like, focus on better things. Like having Kira be half of the Part 8 protagonist of choice. Yeah. Though, he doesn't kill people and take their hands, he models his own hands in plaster. Because his hands are just that beautiful. And also the fact that the explosions from Part 8 Kira are 1, audible, and 2, visible, is a sign that he really doesn't know. He's not hiding. And so, the explosions aren't silent. Yeah, apparently, canonically in Part 4, the actual explosions don't have any sound and no one can see them. Even though the sound design for Part 4, obviously they had a big boom for every explosion because, like, it wouldn't make sense. But canonically, there is no sound to the explosions. It's like Funny Valentine and his footsteps. There are no footstep sounds. Purely for the viewer to know it's there. Yeah, pretty much. It only makes sense for this guy to have stout strength. He is stout. Oh, by the way, do you know that Kakyoin was originally meant to be a girl? Two facts about Kakyoin. One, the Noriaki part of his name is not actually pronounced Noriaki, or at least it wasn't meant to be. His name is actually Tenmei Kakyoin. Hence why he even writes it down in the book during, like, that hotel in, was it Afghanistan or Pakistan? The one with the judge fight. He writes on Tenmei Kakyoin, which is the actual name. Which, it's how it was, Araki pronounced it as Tenmei Kakyoin the entire time. I mean, it was originally meant to be Tenmei, but then people misread it as Noriaki, so now even the anime has finalized it as, well, his name is now Noriaki Kakyoin. Whoops! Second, during the early stages of during the early planning for Part 3, Kakyoin was meant to be a girl. That's why there's, like, a lot of fan comics of a gender switched Kakyoin, because Kakyoin was meant to be a girl, And then eventually they're like, well, I mean, like it's. I don't remember why the situation, why it was changed to like Kakyoin's now guy. But he does have Ikemen traits. For context, Ikemen is like pretty boy. I don't know. MILF Hunter Kakyoin is iconic. I love that the fandom has decided he's just a MILF Hunter. Canonically, we don't know. Fandom-wise, it is canon, and it is gospel. His type is the kind of woman that can basically put him at ease and calm him down the moment that they are near him. And, Holly was described as the ideal Japanese woman, funnily enough, though, she is definitely not quiet. Good, which is a good thing. She's extroverted. So, who knows? Maybe Kakyoin likes American girls! Also, Kakyoin is meant to be like an Ikemen. Let me search at the actual definition of an Ikemen. The closest thing to the explanation of what it is okay, Ikemen. Slang term that is used to describe good-looking men in Japanese pop culture. It is a portmanteau neologism derived from the Japanese words ikeru or ikiteru and menzu. Ikeru and iketeru mean cool, good-looking, and exciting. While menzu is the Japanese pronunciation for it's like taking the English word men and then making it sound Japanese. So it's cool-looking men. Pretty boys, pretty much. Typically characterized by being sharply dressed individuals with a deep-set, slender, and intelligent-looking eyes, husky voices, slender wrists and fingers, a manly build, an unruffled appearance, pale skin, and clean-smelling with an air of mystery around them. They are typically reserved with the ability to become passionate in their interests, with the impression that they are literary geniuses. Does that sound like a certain someone? Oh, and there's freaking sub-definitions! There's sub-definitions of Ikemen! And I'm not going to list them because they're named after different condiments! Like soy sauce, mayonnaise, ketchup, and salt! I'm not gonna see which one Kakyoin is, because it would take too long. By the way, most Kamen Riders are meant to be Ikemen. Ever since Kamen Rider Kuga, with Joe Origiri, every single main rider has meant to be an Ikemen. They're a young, handsome dude, meant for the moms to feel something weird about them. Is because of the Odagiri effect, named after Joe Odagiri, the actor for Kamen Rider Kuga. Where something which is meant to have a male demographic has a surprisingly large female demographic of fans, so they usually add a bit of Fujo bait to it. Just a bit. You want a female main rider in the future? I would like that too. And guess what? Apparently, there's rumors that Kamen Rider Mice, or Myth, is going to be female. Unfortunately, it ended up exposing like a large subsection of the Kamen Rider fandom who are misogynist, but thankfully, like a majority but thankfully, like the other side, which is like decent people, basically called them out and said, "How in the fuck are you a Kamen Rider fan with the fact that it's focused on justice and empathy and all that?" A female main rider would be interesting, actually. I mean, we did have Majade, the first female secondary. We can get a female primary, that'd be even cooler. Female main rider who has ships the secondary and tertiary riders for male. Oh! Oh, that's a good idea, actually. That's a good idea, actually.
Maybe they should make this female Kamen Rider like Agnes Digital from Musume. Actually, yeah, that could work. A Kamen Rider fangirl who becomes a Kamen Rider herself. And she's the kind of person who ships the different Kamen Riders. Especially because Kamen Rider Double is already a yaoi ship! He is a yaoi ship who is also a Kamen Rider. He is two dudes turning into one dude who are fused together down the middle. We're in Season 2 of Kamen Rider Double, which is the Futo Private Investigator. Philip learns about yaoi, and then wants to share the power of gay love. Make it happen, Toei! Make it happen. I have to finish Kamen Rider Double, actually, and then I'm gonna watch Futo PI, which is actually free on YouTube, actually. It's free on YouTube, yeah, in Asia, which is wonderful. Kamen Rider Double Season 1 isn't though, which, you know, why? Misinput. Next is Deaf. Oh. French fries aren't from Belgium. You know, I wish, like, there's apparently going to be an expansion to this game. I hope they add PvP. Another one of my friends is Time Strange, right? So Mega Alley. Hopefully we can do PvP, and I can show my extremely statted out Digimon. And flex. Because the best way that I show that I appreciate someone's friendship is when I actively want to impress them, which is why I flex on all of my friends. Whether it be Yu-Gi-Oh! Or anywhere else. I usually flex via either my video games, my Yu-Gi-Oh! Skills, or my cooking. That's a big reason why I do all this. Thinking about it, my motive to actually be a VTuber was that I wanted to become friends with my Oshis, and then I wanted to impress them. It's probably a similar impulse. I want to impress my friends, and therefore I do my best to impress them. So it kind of makes sense that I'm going to want to impress the people that I look up to. Oh, that's why I'm doing this. Just thinking about it, your idea for a female main writer, what if she's basically the Kamen Rider equivalent of Gokai Silver? Like for the Gokaijas, I haven't finished the thing by the way, but I know a Gokaija. The whole thing is that the main Gokaijas, they don't have, it's their introduction to Super Sentai, and they're going to get the approval of the previous Sentai teams. But Gokai Silver from Earth is a Super Sentai fanboy. And he gets to be a Gokaija, a Sentai Ranger. But you know, dream come true for him. What if the female writer is literally just Kamen Rider's equivalent to Gokai Silver?
Yoku yatta. Yoshi. Yoku yatta. Ii zo. Ii zo. Yoku yatta. よくやった
Actually thinking about it,
いいぞ
shipping thing might not actually work because it's SP and
いいぞ いいぞ
But
よ
the
くやった
Gokai's still right.
よし
Right.
いいぞ
Thinking about it.
よしよし
You know
よくやった
what? If this is a Yaoi shipping Kamen Rider Fangirl, and this actually happens, they have to ship Shova and Hanjo together. It's practically fucking canon already. They should.
よくやったよし
Same way with Sento and Banjo.
よくやった
They have to.
いいぞ
Hi, Kay, welcome in. We're discussing JoJo and Kamen Rider.
いいぞ
You just missed us with a
よくやった
meet up with a
Yes.
Bancho Digimon based on old Japanese
よくやった
Japanese
いい
movies
ぞ
from the 70s and 80s.
よし
Yeah,
いいぞ
we're gonna be leveling them up and then we're gonna be
いいぞ
waiting for Nami.
よくやったよくやった
Second Subathon.
よくやったいいぞよくやったよくやった
Are you familiar with JoJo's Bizarre
よくやった
Adventure, man? If not, I
いいぞ
recommend you watch it. It's really
よ
good.
し
So it's actually
いいぞ
a manga that started airing in 1987.
よくやった
But
いいぞ
the anime is
Yes.
actually Netflix Productions and
Yes.
it's the best animation of the block.
よ
What the
し
fuck is going on?
よくや
Money
った
farming.
よくやったいいぞよしいいぞよし
We're just running over
Yes.
some King Mamimons.
よしよくやった
Room room.
よくやった
You just missed out on us going into parallel worlds in order to help a bunch of delinquent Digimon. Delinquent themed Digimon. For example, Bancho Leomon. Shotaro has a bi-harem in Futopia. Oh, so that girl is the Joker Dopant is also a girlfriend. Wonderful! Shotaro, you lucky bastard. I also know that he's friends with two Gyarus who he, when he gets information from them, they end up in a karaoke room. He ends up singing with them, and then they provide information. I remember that. Nice to know that he doesn't have to choose. He just has both. You're spoiled for choice, Hidari. Anyway, Kea, if you don't know, do you know what a bancho is? I can explain it to you if you want. Well, Fox, what have I told you about English? That is English. Shotaro is a name, PI means private investigator, and harem is Arabic. Actually, wait. Actually, by the way, if the origins of the word harem are actually referring to a woman-exclusive section of a Muslim house. But when Europeans thought of it, they thought, a bunch of women in one area of the house? Oh, no, get your mind out of the gutter, colonialists. Get your mind out of the fucking gutter. But yeah, he's in a wonderful poly relationship. I suppose this means that Shotaro can now be officially classed as bi. Wonderful! Kamen Rider, we've got the rainbow, both in our riders and their forms. Seriously though, rainbow Zets. The suit's so ugly. Why did they make it that way? There could have been a better way to show that he has the power of all the captains. I mean, rainbow card shots so much better. Anyway, Kara, do you know what a bancho is? Because I can explain it to you. This is Bancho Leomon, a pretty standard design for what a bancho is, including he even has the sarashi, which is the traditional Japanese bandages. This is another good example, though he's lengthened his coat, and it is a hexagon pattern. The man really said case closed when I walked into a bi-harem. Akiko, Philip, Tokime, Wakana, plus the whole Narumi detective agency. Wait, but Akiko's married. Fudopi leans way harder into the ship. Philip, everyone done everything double did. Shotaro's just solving crimes and accidentally flirting with everyone in class. Oh, you know Kamen Rider Double! Well done! But Akiko is already married.
If I remember the term for a harem specifically of all the male members as a reverse harem of seen in shoujo manga. Yes! Akiko is married to Kamen Rider Axel, though. Hold on, wait. I'm actually surprised that you know about Kamen Rider Double. That's... okay, that's wonderful. Yeah, Akiko's married to Ryu Terui. She's already married. So I don't really know if he's in, I don't know if Akiko's in the harem, because if she's in there, then so is Ryu. Futopia leans way harder into the ship Philip, plus everyone dynamic than Double did. I guess that means that his harem is the entire city of Futo. We have the informant guy with the shitty haircut. We have the two Gyarus. We have... I forgot the rest of his information network. Wakana, hold on. Keep in mind, I have not watched Futopia yet. I know about the Joko Dopan, though. Wakana Sonozaki! Philip's sister! The evil one! The clay doll Dopan. Okay. Is she still fucking crazy? Is she still fucking crazy, though? Actually, no, don't spoil it for me. I'm gonna watch it myself. Anyway, K-Man, if you don't know what a Bancho is, they're Japanese delinquents. Specifically, they were around during the 70s and the 80s. Coincidentally, around the same time that the Gyarus showed up. But yeah, they're basically juvenile delinquents from high school. A gakuran, which is... they all have gakuran. A gakuran is a school uniform jacket, which was based off the uniforms for the French military. Basically yourself. Well... they engaged in underage drinking, underage smoking, shoplifting, and violence. And they would get into fights quite often. It was actually said in Japan that Yankee and Bancho delinquents are basically just baby Yakuza, because a lot of them actually did end up joining the Yakuza. A lot of them, though, were actually not as bad as the media depicted them to be. They married their high school sweethearts, and a lot of them, like, Bosozoku delinquents, mostly they did was that they styled their hair up in the Regent hairstyle, which is kind of like a pompadour. Slick back hairstyle mixed with the pushed out part of like a traditional Japanese hairstyle that I think courtier women had, or like maybe not the chanmage, where they just drove around in like modified bikes, and because they were loud and they had loud looking bikes, they were labeled as delinquents, and on the level the ones who were violent. Now there's also a female variety, Sukeban. She is the closest that we have in as an example. What they did was that because a lot of the old kind of Bancho gangs, they didn't allow for girls to enter, the ladies made their own. A lot of the time they were like 3-ply masks over their face. They would take their school uniform skirts and lengthen them to ankle length. For context, usually school uniforms are around, they have up to knee length specifically, but Sukeban would actively lengthen it. For context, for like in a lot of anime, why in Japanese anime, and hell, in real life Japan, why the skirts seemingly are up to like the thigh, what the girls apparently do, and I learned this from Kogyaru, they actually, like, they roll up the waistband of their skirt, so that way they're able to actually shorten the skirt, because they're not allowed to actually modify the skirt themselves. They're not allowed to cut it or glam it up or anything. But what they can do is that they take the waistband and they roll it up, so that way it appears shorter. Technically, they don't modify it, so it works under school regulation. But Sukeban did the opposite thing. They lengthened it up to ankle length.
They also like Bancho Lilymon here. They exposed the midriff, had the sailor kind of uniform as well. They would also carry on like a bokken, which is like a wooden katana without the handguard, basically just a club. Now they would not have the. A lot of them did not have the jacket. Like a bunch of them is a tokofuku jacket over here. They usually didn't have that. I don't remember if there's any cases where they did. Actually, let me go look up. Sukeban. Look at the historical photo. Never mind, they actually did. They had, yeah, some of them had tokofuku jackets. Actually, a lot of them. Yeah, they had the jackets. They're called tokofuku jackets. Actually, let me just go get it on here, actually. Oh, no, there's no space to record. But it's still streaming, that's fine. So, Sukeban would be like, yeah, female delinquents. Underage smoking, riding bikes, and stuff like that. They would lengthen their skirts, they would, for example, expose the midriff like that. Yeah, they would put a tokofuku jacket, and of course, they would carry around wooden swords. Let's see which one is the bokken. Oh, some of them even crossed over to other subcultures. Oh, accidentally hit that one. Let's see. Yeah, they were around during the 70s. Yep, like this. These were female delinquents in Japan. A lot of the time, they were their own specific group because male delinquent groups, Bancho, would not allow girls to join. They did their own thing then. Now, Bancho Lilymon is, as you can see, she has 2 yo-yos. That's not usual equipment by them. I ride bikes, I vape now, and I carry a real sword and a banhammer. Then you're a Sukeban who's out of high school. Now, the yo-yos are specifically used by this Sukeban, who's from a manga and anime and, well, movies. Sukeban Deka. Yeah. It was even on the Famicom. Yeah, so Sukeban Deka, she uses yo-yos. The synopsis here. Blackmailed with the fate of her mother in death row, she trains in a prison blue school uniform and discovers a bit of that was one of the movies. Serialized from 1975 to 1982. So during the height of when actual Sukeban were around. Now for Bancho delinquents. So yeah, Bancho Lilymon just like right here. Okay, so... Oh, this is just a history thing. Oh, come on! Yeah, so like this. Bancho delinquents would have been... Yeah, they engaged in juvenile delinquency. They would wear their actual school uniforms, including the gakuran, which is their jacket. Underage drinking, underage smoking, shoplifting, violence, etc. Riding motorbikes, etc., etc. Yeah. Japan today is known as an organized, extremely respectful society, with its deeply ingrained collectivist mindset, immaculate clean streets, and social hierarchy found in integrity. Country it inspires and attracts people all around the world, inviting them to experience unparalleled hospitality firsthand. Even a society as neatly organized as Japan isn't immune to juvenile crime. In the years after World War II, really, really bad years for Japan, reported incidents of juvenile crime nearly tripled compared to the pre-war era. Now, during this time, it was like more Western influence coming in because America was obviously occupying Japan, and the teens at the time, fed up with tradition. It was tradition that got them into the war, with the whole fealty to the Lord and everything, and like traditional values and shit like that. Obviously. The hairstyle, which I showed you, the Regent, the pompadour, it's a mixture of not only the slick back hairstyle from Western designs, but also, well, the pompadour. The atmosphere change for challenged youth performing a different range of crimes was being enforced by the presence of American troops all over Japan, combined with intense poverty and sad living conditions, while the defeated country was being reconstructed. As the 1950s came closer, they were being labeled as troublesome post-war youth. One event stands out for its profound impact on the public perception of these young criminals, the Oh Mistake incident. What is this? In the 1950s, over a robbery committed by a Japanese male teenager during the Allied occupation, labeled by the press as an example of the afterworld. Specific details of the mistake incident and varied public reactions and generated revealed in many ways Japanese people ascribe particular understandings of war, defeat, and occupation through the prism of juvenile delinquency. Close examination of the outcry illuminates deeply seated Japanese societies over not only the future of juveniles traumatized by war and defeat, but also how some of them were able to construct new forms of hybrid identities and even language through Nisei impersonation and broken English during the tumultuous setting of defeated Japan. Okay, so there was that. On September 22nd, 1950, a truck was heading towards Tokyo University. Its cargo, nearly 2 million yen in wages for university workers. Money that would never reach its destination had it not been for a 19-year-old Yamagiwa Hiroyuki. As it approached, he was a university worker himself, signaled it to pull over. As the truck came to a full stop, Yamagiwa took out a knife, jumped into the vehicle, and slashed the neck of one of the 3 men inside. He then shoved the men out of the truck and took off. 2 days later, the police tracked down Yamagiwa and his girlfriend, with which he went on a crazy spending spree. Upon his arrest, he tried to make the officers believe it was a mistake, claiming he was a Japanese American by yelling in crappy English, "Oh, mistake!" which gave the crime its iconic name. The Oh Mistake incident became a prime example of after-war crime during under US occupation, and the massive media attention it received made it clear to the public that juvenile delinquency is at an all-time high, as the rise in juvenile crime incidents kept up during the 1950s, a climate conducive to more serious offenses beyond the schoolyard, bullying, and petty crimes began to take shape. Yep, so they were around after World War II, so during the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and the 80s. Actually, did it peter out during the 80s? I know they were around during the 70s. With juvenile crime at an all-time high, we have to look back at the schoolyard as the breeding ground for these young offenders. Bullying and stealing lunch money is nothing new among students worldwide, but in Japanese schools, a phenomenon occurred that distinguished typical bully behavior from the initial stages of an organized crime organization. In the unstable Japan of the 1950s, junior high, spanning from ages 12 to 16, in Japan, provided the perfect setting for young rebellious minds, often from working-class backgrounds, to break any chains that were holding them back. Most remarkable and strong student delinquents would gather other students around them. The idea of this small group of troublemakers looking up to a leader, quickly grew into something more serious, when they started identifying as actual groups, implementing a hierarchy. They became known as Bancho. Now in Digimon, Bancho is meant to essentially mean ringleader, which, well,
not exactly far off from here. They were male-exclusive groups of young delinquents, with a Bancho as their leader and up to 5 lieutenants per group. You'll notice there are now 5 Bancho Digimon. The total number of the group members would range anywhere between 20 and 60. Looking up to the Yakuza, not a good sign. They were meticulously organized, establishing internal hierarchies and conducting annual selections. They involved planning fights, with the winner ascending to the role of Bancho of the following year. The violence and crimes of Bancho groups were relatively harmless and went from intimidation and theft to beating up non-members and even teachers. Remember, we're still talking about young boys here, mainly of whom would have joined a Bosozoku biker group or even continue to join a Bosozoku biker group or even an organized syndicate member. Bosozoku, by the way, would have been these. These ones are these ones are the more benign ones. Yep. But they were still violent, unfortunately. Yeah. They were not male exclusive though, you just saw girls there. The heyday is the Bancho between the 1950s and 1970s, until a new group of young delinquents emerged that will continue the legacy. That being... the ladies. The Sukeban. With them dominating the school grounds and strictly limited to male members, there were no room for girls to make the stand. Actually, they reinforced the idea of Japan being a male-dominated society in the eyes of these young girls. So in order to because of the American occupation, they kind of... Sorry, it was the Yankee delinquents who were actually more Western-inspired and also were the ones sticking tradition. These were the ones who were more... They basically reinforced pre-existing Japanese norms. Actually, while I'm explaining this, I'll go level up my Digimon. Okay, well, let's continue reading. Thus, driven by the revolutionary mindset and new ideals of freedom, feminism, and the desire for self-expression, the Sukeban were born. And this is what Bancho Lilymon is actually based on. They were composed of entirely female members. Sukeban contains Su, meaning girl, and Bancho, meaning thief. The Ban from Bancho. These Japanese delinquent girl school groups would outnumber their male counterparts. Forget the images that have shaped your stereotypical depiction of schoolgirls since the 1990s. No portrayals of sweet-eyed innocent girls in short school skirts, victimized by a macho society. Picture instead, Yakuza-style female hierarchy with their own rules and rituals. They ditched the short skirts, opting for longer ones in protest against being objectified. Comfortable Converse sneakers replaced classical moccasins, with outfits featuring punk and anarchist influences. They were often from low-class families. These girls were confronted with the fact that their heritage brought limitations as they viewed their life through a different perspective. They had no hopes of being career women with a top-floor office. They defied gender norms and patriarchal expectations and aimed to leave a mark on a male-dominated society by refusing to conform to authority. Apparently in the Fruit Pi manga for later, chapters close from being animated, we get more Fang forms. Oh yeah, Fang Joker and Fang Metal. Just the concept of a woman behaving independently or badly was enough to shake Japanese society, and for the Sukeban was an exciting experiment to challenge the constraints of the society they found themselves in. Remember, these girls came before Gyarus, who also did the same thing. Well, the independent part, not the badly part. If we take a look at the Yakuza reigns, we see an organization with no place for women. Despite the rare presence of female Yakuza members, I think there's still one female Yakuza member around. They had zero authority through the eyes of male Yakuza members and were only granted informal roles.
This in itself indicates the shock factor of the rise of a female-exclusive group that a female exclusive group must have brought, even with its members being young girls. They boldly ventured into uncharted territory within Japanese society. That was this audacity that solidified the Sukeban's place in history as both rebels and cultural icons. Again, Sukeban Deka was made after the petering out of the Bancho movement. So it was the Bancho movement that was petered out. Oh, so it must not have been during 1979 then, for Josuke's savior, though it actually might have been. I should probably get some chips for these fries. Sorry, sausage. A significant aspect of the rebellion was expressed through their fashion choices. Rejecting the conventional, they challenged the restrictions and expectations of their traditional school uniforms, that featured short skirts, often viewed as oppressive and sexist. Actually, let me go check what they look for. Okay. Yeah. So, like the modern one. To both make a stand and distinguish themselves from regular students, the girl group members altered their skirts, making them way longer, ankle length actually. The long skirts, in addition to adding kanji and other writing on their uniform, became the iconic symbol of Sukeban during the 1970s. I don't think Bancho Digimon has the kanji though. Other than these alterations, the Sukeban outfit remained a normal school uniform, but the girls wearing it were definitely not following the normal behavior that school and society had in mind. Also, all the outfits carried much more rebellious flair, as often hidden under the skirts were cutters, chains, and razor blades. Yes, they kept fucking knives and swords under there. Actually, how would they actually grab it out from under there? They have like a secret pocket. That'd be pretty smart, actually. Is Sukeban Deka, actually? Like Bancho groups, are made out of youngsters, or they bear a resemblance to the kingpins of Japan's organized crime syndicate. Their activities mainly involve minor offenses. But they were to be messed with. They engaged in theft, vandalism, and violence! No shit! They brought cutters, chains, and razor blades! They would also bring, Boken and Shinai. Context, this Shinai is a kendo training sword made of bamboo. Essentially, a club. I guess it'd be more like a... what's it called? Pilum? No, not Pilames. Like a bar mace. This thing is essentially a bar mace made of bamboo. Or they would use this. Boken. They're wooden swords, essentially. They don't have a handguard, though. They apparently would hide them under the skirts alongside the fucking razor blades! And this very famous fictional Sukeban used a yo-yo. Essentially a Manariki Kusari / warfare. Theft, vandalism, and violence, the subculture thrived on being badass and disrespectful, turning it into a real national concern echoed across Japan. Inside the group, there was a strict set of rules and hierarchy. Within the rules were, don't use drugs, don't have relationships with other groups don't have relationships with other groups members' partners. It's like, don't have relationships with other partners. Yo-yo is just a flail. Yeah, essentially. Loyalty was essential. So, don't use drugs, don't have relationships with the partners of other group members. You know,
Don't cheat! Don't cheat on... Don't NTR your fellow sister. Good rule to have. Breaking it or disrespecting a superior can lead to severe consequences, like being burned with cigarette butts. Yeah, they're essentially the mafia, aren't they? So to those unfortunate enough to fall victim to a Sukeban group, they seem like violent girls without ethics or moral code. Let's say you didn't want to find out what's hiding underneath. That's good. Now, obviously they were inspired, and never mind. Major influence on media, especially entertainment, led to a film genre called Pinky Violence. Known for violence and eroticism featuring Sukeban school girls, became an extremely popular genre during the 1970s. Manga, books, anime, and even adult content showcased rebellious girls from groups. Pinky Violence was all about female violence aimed at entertaining an adult audience. Toei, Japan's media giant, even made it into a separate category. Yes, Toei, aka the ones making the Digimon manga. Sorry, anime. The Digimon anime. The genre also dominated the Japanese entertainment industry in the 1970s and 80s. Even Sailor Moon stated to be... Creator Nakao Takeuchi stated to be inspired by the Sukeban. Kind of makes sense. Was it Sailor Mars? No, not Sailor Mars. She's the Miko. I forgot. I gotta continue reading it. Examples. Media heavily inspired by it. Girl Boss Gorilla, Female Prisoner 701 Scorpion, Lynch Law Classroom, Sukeban Deka, the manga, Sukeban Deka the movie series, and Sukeban Deka the game. And again, Bancho Lilymon is literally just Sukeban Deka. This is from Lynch Law Classroom. Even Beyond the Borders of Japan left the mark. They left the mark. Have a look at the young high school girl, Gogo Yubari in Kill Bill. That's the one with the flail, right? Yep! Though her skirt is normal length. But she is inspired by Sukeban. She is a violent schoolgirl with a fucking war flail. No, not a war flail, this is a meteor hammer. That's the term! Meteor hammer! Yo-yos are just meteor hammers. The inclusion of violent women in films, manga, and anime drastically changed the portrayal and femininity in Japan during the 1970s and 80s. The Sukeban went from a local school group to a nationwide phenomenon, leaving its mark in society. Despite the media frenzy, they were still active, instilling fear in Japanese students who would grow terrified by the idea of being confronted by a Sukeban member. At the same time, the media attention would introduce middle-class women to the new genre. One where independent young women were being portrayed in the way they never experienced before. Japan unfortunately still has a misogyny problem, so these women are very empowering figures, surprisingly enough. As you know, it's not that surprising, actually. In the end, it was all about introducing the idea of women being able to be straight-up badass. Although the motive likely leaned towards more profit than societal impact, the media that was published based on Sukeban culture changed Japan's view of women, the ability to resist, and to make a stand for your beliefs. Now there remains. Juvenile crime in Japan is at a steep decline. While there are groups of young criminals who wreak havoc in their free time, their impact and organizational structure doesn't come close to that of Sukeban groups or Bancho groups from the 1960s, 70s, and 80s. Over time, the phenomenon, while still carrying the ideals of freedom and revolution, began to fade. Perhaps the massive media exposure that slowly transformed it into pop culture may have contributed to its decline. Originally created to shock and charm society, they eventually succumbed to its own charm and boldness, leading to its downfall. The rebellious and violent image of the groups, from sneaky school bathroom smoking to theft and street violence, was softened for mass entertainment. Though today, the romantic side of it all still remains. A new generation of girls found its own means of making a stand. Through a centric fashion, like the Yamamba Gyarus, social media and community, they find a form of rebellion. The violent and brutal sides of the Sukeban phenomenon are overlooked to highlight the small but significant role it played for Japanese women and perhaps even women worldwide. Now the eccentric clothing is likely referring to these... Okay, so that kind of Yamanba. These types of gyarus. Because the beauty standards in Japan are pale skin, jet black hair. So they decided to do the opposite with like really deep tans. Though obviously, they're no longer around to the extent that they are. They've toned it down a bit because, you know, we're in an international audience now. Well, we got an international audience now, and this is a bit much. It can easily be mistaken for blackface, and when Jinx, a Pokemon who was based on them, and was also based on the Yamauba, was there, it was mistaken for blackface, so you know, they've toned it down. The Sukeban flew. The Sukeban walked so that the other female subcultures could fly. Or they flew so that everyone else can fly. But seriously, holy shit, they were apparently really scary. The attack is not up yet. So that's the history behind the Bancho and the Sukeban. Now for the biker gangs, in media, there's a common trope of delinquent with a heart of gold. Jotaro Kujo from JoJo, and, well, Josuke is the best example of that. There's also Kamen Rider Forze. Kamen Rider Forze, you didn't learn anything. TLDR, Sukeban, female high school delinquents. Bancho delinquents were basically, after World War II, the unrest led to male delinquents, which were what these delinquent Digimon were based on. They were violent. And they shocked society. They had very similar organizational structure to the Yakuza. There was eventually, but they were essentially trying to reinforce Japan's more traditional structure of patriarchal and being strong. They were influenced by the Yakuza, after all. And so, rather sexist. Sukeban, for example, I'm just going to use Bancho Lilymon here as the example, because she is literally based on a Sukeban, a specific one, Sukeban Deka. They are the women's equivalent to Bancho. They engaged in theft, vandalism, juvenile smoking, was alcohol abuse in there? No, probably not. And stuff like that. You think of them like a sorority, essentially. Yeah, it was essentially like a sorority that was... They engaged in juvenile delinquency. It was also a form of feminism in Japan, which was very hyper-patriarchal after World War II. It was still hyper-patriarchal after World War II. So the normal school uniform would have been like up to the knees. They viewed that as objectifying women, so they lengthened it all the way down to the ankles. Under the skirt, they would have carried around cutters, chains, razor blades, and wooden swords. Well, sorry, all wooden swords. Obviously, they wouldn't carry all of that at the same time. Sometimes they would like inscribe kanji onto their actual skirts. They would have tokofuku jackets like this, where, again, there is also kanji. Unfortunately, I cannot read this. They essentially were a big shock to the hyper-masculine Japan. It was like, the ladies were badass. They can be badass. And eventually, they were around during the 50s, the 60s, the 70s... Sorry, the 60s, the 70s, and the 80s. The Bancho delinquents... I'm going to use Bancho Leomon here. They were around during the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s. The Sukeban were a response to Bancho groups rejecting women and saying, "You're not allowed in here, guys only." Because they viewed women as weak, essentially. Eventually they kind of fizzled out because the whole point of them was to shock Japanese society. And eventually they got famous and are now media. There's an entire manga, anime, and movie franchise called Sukeban Deka. Sailor Moon was inspired by Deka. Sorry, not Deka. Were inspired by Sukeban. So they kind of fizzled out. And I kind of theorized that maybe like a lot of the female subcultures in Japan after the 70s and the 80s might have possibly been able to like even flourish there because Sukeban kind of They kind of raised the ceiling of what women could be in Japan. Albeit they kind of said it like, they can be violent and scary and badass. And of course, they can be free. They can have freedom. So they took a lot of the other stuff, just like the freedom bit. They didn't keep the violence bit. Obviously, they didn't need to. Eventually, Bancho and Sukeban got famous in Japanese media. Again, we have Jotaro Kujo from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, who is a classic Bancho delinquent. Josuke is meant to be... He's more meant to be a softer kind of Yankee delinquent. Yankee or Bosozoku delinquent. Where they're less violent and less structured. And also they took more Western influence. Actually, thinking about it, like, I haven't watched Kill la Kill yet, but, like, did it... the main character, she's meant to be a Sukeban as well, right? Minus the rather exposed armor, which is meant to be my more seinen magical girl series. She's based on a Sukeban, or at least she's loud, she throws shit. I have gotta watch Kill la Kill in my spare time. So eventually, Bancho and Sukeban got like kind of the more romantic parts of the subculture kind of got glorified and like now exposed to a more middle class audience. Shonen Jump was definitely a big contributor to that, and eventually they kind of the delinquent with a heart of gold trope actually started becoming more popular. So. For example, Kamen Rider Forze. Like, okay, you apparently know about Kamen Rider Double, so the Kamen Rider 2 generations after that, Forze, he looks like a Bancho delinquent, Gentaro. He was originally meant to be a bad boy, but eventually the writer said, no, let's make him like a genuinely wholesome guy. It's then revealed, like I think it's like a later movie, it's kind of implied that Gentaro's grandpa was actually a Bosozoku delinquent, like a Bosozoku biker. He was like part of a Bosozoku biker gang, which a bunch of delinquents, some of them eventually became like part of the actual Bosozoku biker gangs who did modifying bikes. But obviously Gentaro's grandpa was a delinquent with a heart of gold, which is why Gentaro is he's such a nice guy. Very focused on friendship and making everyone happy. There's a lot of media about like these delinquents. The reason why they're still popular is like the authenticity of their... Japan is, and a lot of Asia here. We are stuck in a society over here which is more focused on appearance, like false appearance and putting on a facade. Being like, in order to get anywhere in the business world here, you've got to basically learn a whole new tongue and kind of like butter up the other person. You have to be fake. You have to like have multiple masks throughout the day in order to make sure that you can get around the world. Make sure you don't piss anyone off. Delinquents don't give a shit. They're free to piss anyone off. If anyone has a problem with it, they say, oh, you got a problem with it? Scrub with me, buddy. Scrub with me. They're more authentic. So that kind of freedom that Bancho and Sukeban have, similar reason to why Gyaru are admired too, minus the really flashy fashion, and the fact that they're, you know, nicer. The amount of authenticity that they do show is probably a reason why they're very admired. It's okay, did that help? I also need to catch up on Sailor Moon. I've got a lot of series that I didn't actually finish. I think I'll watch the anime though, because like, I read too fast, so I don't soak up the actual information that well. Let's actually level this guy up first. Also, Kara, how do you know... Have you actually watched Kamen Rider Double, like, the Tokusatsu show, before Futopia? Because Futopia is meant to be like a Season 2. Season 1 is Kamen Rider Double. If not, I can send you the link to actually watch the show itself. There's a bunch of sequel movies, like they're shorter, like an hour each. I think a lot of them are like 40 minutes. And they are canon. Have you watched Season 1 yet, or you've seen at least some bit of that? I recommend watching it, and of course, Toku Shouts. Tokuzilla is a good site to watch it on. It's actually one of those times to watch it on. The usual fan subbers who actually sub the show, who sub Kamen Rider called TVD on. The subs tend to be like really good. Remember Berserker State of Fang Joker? Ah, so you can't go to that. The last episode I watched was like when he gave double like stream. Funnily enough, I think so Philip's mom wanted Philip to pair up with Ryu because the Axel form was immune to the was it the Terra memory? The one where the Sonozaki's dad had. The Axel one was actually would have been immune to, which is why Shroud. Why she's why she provided all of his equipment, including the Axel driver. She doesn't like Shotaro being the actual partner of Philip, and was like, this has gone against all of my plans. Why are you pairing up with him? I kind of saw that as like an allegory for fixed marriages. Later chapters of Fudo PI, like past chapter 80, gives us Fang Metal and Fang Truna. You haven't watched them all, only a tiny bit. I recommend watching in sequence, of course. For context, Ken, for Kamen Rider, you don't have to watch the shows in order unless you're accounting for the anniversary shows. Like Decade, G.O. Decade and G.O. are really the G.O. because Z.I. is J.I. Jiku, time space. But the Jiku driver, time space, like it's repeatedly said in this game. So space time. Jikan. But like for the rest of them, you can watch them isolated on their own. That's how I started. I started with Kamen Rider X8, and then I watched Kamen Rider O's, and then I watched Kamen Rider Build. And now I'm watching multiple shows at once. I finished Kamen Rider 1, and then Kamen Rider Beats, and then Kamen Rider 01. I'm close to finishing Kamen Rider Saber. I'm now watching Kamen Rider Zets, and I'm a few episodes away from finishing Gav. I need to watch the movie. Invasion of the House of Sweets. Also, Kara, if you like Yaoi, you're gonna like Gav. It talks about like one of the big themes is heroes need the importance of human relations. Because Shoma, the main hero, he is able to grow and everyone else is able to grow because they have a support network. Because they're able to talk to their friends and everyone. They're not ruminating inside their heads all the time. And because of that, and outside of the perspective, they're able to help them actually think about things differently. And make sure that they don't actually fall to their own character flaws. Help them overcome their character flaws. Whereas the villains, they are isolated. They are alone, even though they are a family. And so their character flaws end up festering. And they lose in the end, usually on the downfall. It's really good. I really recommend it. Oh, and the main supporting character in Kamen Rider Gav is a Gyaru, and she is one of the most important characters in the show, even if she never becomes a writer. Because she has the most important role in the entire support group. Being the most mature person in the room, and having the biggest heart out of all of them, and therefore being able to bring everyone together. Sachika, the goat of Kamen Rider Gav, and one of the most important characters in the hero group. It doesn't matter that she can't transform. What's important is that she's freaking important. No, not freaking important. The most important part is that she is the one who's practically the team mom. Well, not team mom, I guess, but like she's actually like... She's the most important because she's genuinely the glue that holds everyone together. Also, the woman who actually wrote Kamen Rider Gav was like very, very careful to make sure that Sachika was not like if Sachika would cook for Shoma, Shoma would then cook for her the next episode. I think spaghetti was the example I used. So that way she's not put in like a lesser role to the male heroes. Which was a very important part of the writing. To show that her massive heart is just as important as the fists of the heroes. After we fully level up Bancho Mamemon and get his stats up, then we'll be raiding my friendies and I. More exp. After this, I think, after leveling up, I think I'll like try defeating one of those extra
one of those bosses
Either.
with pure Banchos.
よくやったよくやった
And teaming complete. Full Banchos and a support.
いいぞよし
Because every school
よくやったよくやったよしよくやったよしいいぞよくやったいいぞいいぞ
enjoy your look.
よくやった
Look at.
よくやったよくやったいいぞいいぞよくやったよしいいぞよしよしよくやったよしいいぞいいぞよくやったいいぞよくやったいいぞ
Hold on, I'm going to go get some tomato sauce. I'm just eating chips here with no sauce. I'll be right back. Actually, I just can eat chili sauce. Oh, my legs. hot sauce. Sorry, I had to reply to something. Let's go!
よくやった。よし。
These headphones.
いいぞ。
I can hear them even though I'm not even wearing them.
よくやった。いいぞ。いいぞ。よくやった。よし。いいぞ。よくやった。よくやった。いいぞ。よくやった。よくやった。よくやった。よし。いいぞ。よし。よし。いいぞ。よくやった。いいぞ。よくやった。いいぞ。よし。よくやった。よし。よし。いいぞ。よし。よし。よくやった。よし。いいぞ。よくやった。よし。よくやった。よくやった。いいぞ。
Even more smash.
よくやった。いいぞ。いいぞ。よし。いいぞ。よくやった。よし。よし。よくやった。よし。いいぞ。よくやった。いいぞ。よくやった。いいぞ。よし。よし。よし。よくやった。いいぞ。よし。いいぞ。よし。よし。いいぞ。よし。よくやった。よくやった。よくやった。よくやった。よし。よくやった。よくやった。いいぞ。よし。よし。よし。よし。よくやった。いいぞ。よくやった。いいぞ。よし。よくやった。よくやった。いいぞ。よし。よし。よくやった。いいぞ。よくやった。いいぞ。いいぞ。
I can ride Bancho Mamemon. Why? What, does he just like deadlift me over his head? I know Bancho Leomon does that. Well, he does like a princess carry. By the way, does anyone have any questions that you'd like to ask me?
よくやったよしよしよくやったよくやったいいぞよくやったよしよしよしいいぞよくやったいいぞいいぞよくやったいいぞよしいいぞよしよしよくやったよしよくやったよしいいぞよくやったよしいいぞいいぞよくやったよくやったよしいいぞよくやったよくやったよくやったよくやったよくやったよくやったよくやったいいぞよくやったよしいいぞいいぞいいぞよし
547
いいぞいいぞよしよくやったいいぞよしよくやったいいぞよし
You should do a food up yeah, watch party. Well, I gotta finish the original Commodore double flip.
いいぞよし
No, I haven't any close to
いいぞ いいぞ
No rest for the wicked, you know.
よくやったいいぞいいぞよしよくやったいいぞ
Do a Commodore double watch party.
よくやった
Apparently, it can't have
よ
this
し
little thing.
よくやったよしいいぞいいぞ
Also, is Philip's name Light or Right? I know he's meant to be Raito because, you know, Hidari Shotaro, left Shotaro, and Raito Sonozaki. Albeit he's, you know, he's better than name, he's Philip. I think he's Light or Right. Like Phoenix Wright. What's your headcanon? Is he called like Right or Light? Where is he? I think I'll just get into full stats and then we'll be done with the stream. Then we'll raid Isa. I'm just drinking sauce. Oh, it's so spicy. Excuse me. Yeah, I do wish I actually did have some breakfast. wait. After we fully stat, and then we do the full Bancho. Fight. Twitch chat, the stream manager created dashboard was being so weird. It's not showing my usual collaborators. Ah, finally! So just a collab. Oh, goddamn, it's gone. Oh, there it is. Suggested collaborators. Why was it so hard to pick this? How do I add something? Oh, it's just collaborators. It's so weird. So I can't scroll through these. Ooh, someone used it here. I can't remember why I stopped using these headphones, because like I wear glasses with them, so that it's kind of like, but these headphones are squishing against my ears, which squish them against the glasses, which kind of hurts. So I just got my headphones off. The other DLC with Kyoko Karemi in it. The day after that, I think I'm going to go to the other side quests. The day after that, I think I'm going to do something else. If I'm done with them, that is. That's what I've watched. It's currently streaming. The two of them. It's 6:01. Don't worry, the exciting bit will come eventually. You gotta sharpen your axe before cutting down some trees, you know? The mic picking it up. What apparently happened last time I played the Thomas the Tank Engine. Actually, there is a copyright-free sound. Let's see. Yeah.
The pinnacle of Dolo Dalu Mobile! If I'm not mistaken.
Talking about female delinquents, have you ever heard of Rokudo's Back Girls? Rokudo's Back. No, I've seen this one. Well, I mean, I haven't watched it, but I've seen it. Something's wrong with my headphones. Left one isn't working. Oh, god damn it! I've seen the characters before. Now I know the show, thanks. Okay, now it's working again. That's from NCS, so I should be safe. Was the rom-com good? I'd like to know that so I can actually see them watch/read it later. Check some. Never mind. I was checking to see if the audio channels were mixed up or something. Let's see if the music was. Yeah, never mind. It's safe. Now to see if we can face an entire team of Let's see if this works, shall we? Full Bancho team plus Lilithmon for poison setting. Wait. Maybe. Who's got the water nice? One, two, three, four, and five. Full team. Actually, he's more focused on crits. So I'll give this to him, and then give the fire instead. He's more crit-centric, yeah. How much does that give me? 20. She doesn't need that. Kanchaku dust. 3 Yaburik Kanchaku dust. Coverage. Alright, full Bancho team. We're gonna be fighting. Let's see. Apocalypse. Yeah.
Check us out of here.
Phantom Vein!
It's a me.
Warrior! Flash Bancho Punch!
This is going quicker than I thought it'd go. Oh shit.
Warrior! Flash Bancho Punch! Yoshi!
Actually, hold on. She feels like cheating. He looks up what the main leads did in the manga, dragging a priest via tricycle as a child. Fun. What courage. Now the question is, which denomination? That's the question. Ah, Agumon and Taichi fused together. Taichi, why did you get so... How did you get so buff? Oh no. Hey! No. Oh shit!
Yosh! Yaru! Flash Bancho Punch!
Bloody finish.
Bloody finish!
Next, we shall fight Imperial Gabumon Bond of Friendship. Hello, Yamato. We're coming to fight you. Wait, wrong one. Bloody finish. Bloody finish! Ah, that didn't crit.
Yobori Kuro Drill! Damn.
I think I'm too powerful.
ライトニングシャ
Next, Imperial Dramon Dragon Mode. Actually, hold on. Let's try the Jobbers thing at least once, yeah? Bisecting Blade. Actually, no. Dark Prominence.
Dark Prominence! Positron Laser!
Wow. Water, ice, electric, and wind. Oh! I can switch between them! Volt Break knocked out.
Volt Break knockdown!
I didn't know I could do that.
Yosh!
Done. Supreme King Bisecting Blade.
Volt Break knockdown!
Dark Prominence!
I think I've become too powerful. I don't have Mega Plus difficulty either. I'm too powerful. resistance to battle.
よくやった。よくやった。よくやった。いいぞ。いいぞ。よし。よし。よくやった。いいぞ。いいぞ。いいぞ。よくやった。いいぞ。よくやった。いいぞ。よし。よくやった。いいぞ。よくやった。準備完了。
Fire and grass.
おりゃ獅子ラオウ山
よし I've become too powerful! The power of delinquency! Stats needed for Mega Plus. I see. I'll have to defeat the final boss after I finish all the quests. And then we will do the Mega Plus. Oh. I wonder. I don't have the DLC, but do I have the Bond of Friendship and the Bond of Courage? Where is it at? DLC. Would have made a mistake. There we go. Ah, lighter attack. Soul color. Schleipmon into nothing. Cook of Hell, Party of Heaven. Reverse of the Dead. Question. If we have the item that actually negates sleep, and we use Reverse of the Dead, will they fall asleep? Will Bacchusmon fall asleep? Or does it have to be an external Digimon that needs to actually nullify the sleep? Anyway, we're going to be... You don't know? I guess we'll have to test it later. Let's see. We're going to be raiding Izanami. She's finally doing a subathon. I will be seeing you... tonight, actually. Ciao. Just gonna raid her. Right now. Yeah, right now. Let me focus battle. Ciao.